morning. Hi. Feeding Chomper, nice. He deserves all the food. He's my favorite. Don't tell the others. So right now, we've gone back. We're back on Variable Barricade. Hopefully, we can get close to the end of his route. I just realized I didn't do something. It's okay. Everything's fine. It's hard to say. I can never guess how long these routes are going to take on Variable Barricade. We're about halfway. Birche Fan Disc is coming soon. I also want to let everybody know in advance, I will not be playing that day one, unfortunately. I have to work that day. And I have a concert after work, so I can't even try to do it after work. But I'm going to be so excited. I'm going to play it the next day. He's just waiting for her husband to return. I'm also waiting for her husband to return, and mine. Like, I cannot express how excited I am. Sheen, my love. Yeah, see, I'm so excited. Tadaima. I'm home. I'm actually curious if I should do it. Maybe I should do a poll if I should do it the same order we did previously. Which means we'd start with Mathis. Followed by Lucas. Try and remember the order we did this in. I think Sheen was after that. How many people are there? 5? Were there? Mathis, Lucas, Anku, Adolph, Sheen. Am I forgetting somebody? Eves. Oh my god, so wait, there's 6. And I think it was Eves and then Adolph, in that order. I'm watching the school stories common route, the part when MC was literally leaning on Kuraha. Yeah, I love that. You said you wanted to lean on someone. I didn't mean it literally. I like Kuraha as a person. Do I love his route? Not really, but it's okay. Welcome home, my lovely princess. Did you enjoy school today? It was a struggle just to breathe while we were apart. The pain in my heart was immense. I have not missed you, Ichiya. I love his route. I don't know. I think Koyo ruined me. I think I should not have done Koyo second. Koyo is too good. Also love Yui. I do love Yui. I love Yui. I love her story. I do appreciate them putting more emphasis on the storytelling than just strictly love interest too. I love that. I feel like the sister deserved a face. That's felt like a missed opportunity. I also feel like the sister's boyfriend deserved a face. But Yui was great. Today was alright, I suppose. I brushed off Ichiya's Shiruppi greeting as I took my shoes off. Is everyone in the living room?
Yeah. シオンはナユタを連れて買い物に行っているよ。タイガも昼過ぎに出かけたきりだ。
Shion took Narita shopping with him. Taiga left shortly after noon. He's not come back yet. Taiga was out. I must have let a little of my disappointment surface on my face because Ichiya's lips turned up in a wary smile.
夕飯までには戻ると言っていたよ。出迎えが俺だけですまないね。
That's why I sometimes followed the route order only because certain routes are best if it's the first route getting into the game. Usually in my thought process for route order, it's usually about learning things. Because some routes are a little, like you want to kind of keep the mystery going, and that's what I usually see route order for. I'm on the last route. I'm getting her done today. Who did you say for last? He did say he'd be back by dinner. I'm sorry, I'm the only one here to greet you. I am too. No, I don't mind. I hate it, but I don't mind. I stammered awkwardly, but Ichiya waved me off and told me not to worry about it. Then he made a surprising offer.
もし時間があるなら、夕飯の支度を手伝ってもらえないかな?
Hey Leah, if you have some time, do you want to help me make dinner? What? I blinked. Now this was unusual. Ichiya was typically very particular about the meals he prepared specifically for me. He always turned me down my previous offers to help.
別に構わないけど。
I don't mind. I don't dislike cooking. I wasn't the chef Ichia was, of course, but knew enough about basic preparations to be of some help.
ありがとう。なら着替えておいで。キッチンで待ってるよ。
Great, thanks. Get changed and come back down when you're ready. I'll be waiting. Can someone remind me what just happened in this game?
ええ。
Okay. What in the world had brought this on? Oh wait, he said I like spicy women. That's the last thing I remember. Confused, I made my way up to my room and changed out of my school uniform.
それじゃあ始めようか。お嬢さん、そこのカゴに入ってる野菜の皮を剥いてくれるかい？
Let's get started. Could I ask you to peel the veggies in the best basket, please?
わかったわ。そっちの里芋はいいの？
I can do that, but what about those taro roots?
君の手が痒くなってしまったら困るから、これは俺がやるよ。
I was also watching Otomelu's VOD for the Fairy Otome, the one with the revenge, Lucas. Yeah, that one's out next year for us. I'm excited. I can't learn Japanese fast enough just to compete with Otomelu. Also, someone commented on one of my YouTube videos saying there is a person who played Reigns de Fleur. I can't say it. And they shared the link to it. So if we want to watch it as a family, at least like a little bit, I don't want to watch the whole thing, just to get an introduction to the game that I cannot play until I learn Japanese. I'll peel those. Wouldn't do for your lovely hands to get all raw and itchy.
そう。今夜のメニューは筑前煮かしら。
Mappa, hello. If you say so. I'm judging by the ingredients. I presume tonight's dinner is chikuzini, vegetable stew?
正解。すみこさん直伝の味だよ。今夜は和食尽くしだ。
Correct. I learned the recipe from Miss Sumiko herself. Tonight we dine on Japanese cuisine.
それは楽しみだけど。
I'm certainly looking forward to that, but picking up a carrot and starting to peel, I glanced over at Ichiya as he grabbed one of the taro
私
roots.
向きのメニューだけじゃなく、たまには他のみんなが喜ぶものを作った方がいいんじゃないの？
Don't you think it'd be nice if we made something for dinner that everyone would like instead of always cooking just for me?
大丈夫だよ。なゆたは量さえあれば文句は言わないし、シオンは味が良ければそれなりに満足してくれる。
This is fine. Naruto will shove anything down his throat as long as it's not moving, and Shion is satisfied as long as the food is tasty. You know what? That's fine. The VOD is locked to subs only, so I can't watch them. Which VODs? What? Where? Explain. This is fine. Naruto will shove anything down his throat as long as it's not moving, and Shion is satisfied as long as the food is tasty.
それに、タイガは割とお嬢さんに味覚が近いんじゃないかな。和食は喜んで食べてると
Oh,
思うよ。
lose VOD. Oh. I'm not subscribed. I mean, I follow, but I'm not subscribed. I've watched. You know what? Maybe I haven't watched the VODs. I've watched Lou live. I think Taiga tastes are pretty close to yours. He generally seems happy to have Japanese dishes on the menu. The VODs aren't locked anymore. I'm not subbed, but I'm able to watch them. Yeah, that was probably something it did. Interesting. Well, we could tell Lou. I'm not sure if that's... I don't know if that's a Lou preference. It could be. I think Taiga's tastes are pretty close to yours. He generally seems happy to see Japanese dishes on the menu.
そう？
Really?
ジャンクフードも好んでるみたいだけど、和食の時はホッとした顔してるからね。
He does like to gorge on junk food, but he also seems to loosen up when I make Japanese cuisine. Really? I never noticed, because you didn't notice him until you noticed him. You know what I'm saying, Wink? I picked up a second carrot and my lip lifted in a small smile. Maybe I ought to practice making some Japanese recipes.
嬉しい
Happy? Huh?
そんな顔してたからタイガもきっとお嬢さんが手伝った料理だと知ったら喜ぶよ
Oh no, is it on me? Oh no, scared. I got scared. This is what I call my heating pad. This is what I use when my stomach or my back hurts. It doesn't matter which one. It goes for both. That's the nice thing about a heating pad. Also, the Love Triangle CG for the Fairy Otome game, brah. I got 2 hands, so let's marry both guys. So, I know Bob's Burgers is my favorite cartoon ever, and there's this line that Tina shares, and I kind of want to make it a sound clip for here, but it's all like, we can put the try in triangle. The final route is the final route, aka secret. Ah. You look happy, don't worry. I'm sure Taiga will be glad when he hears you help make dinner tonight. Oh wait, the final route. Wait, I know who it is, because Kitten ruined it for me, because I watched Kitten's box opening for the 9 RIP, and the first things out of her mouth were, here's the 9 love interest, and I went, I knew it, but also I didn't know it, so now I know. Caught by surprise, I started and the half-peeled carrot slipped out of my hand. Caught by surprise, I started? Startled? Is that what it meant to say? Wait, what? I know I mess up, but I'm not reading this right? That doesn't sound right. Also, call out for them actually having the MC over here on the side. I feed Chomper some stinky cheese. Oh no! He'll get a tummy ache. That's not good for Chomper. Ichia quickly ducked down and picked the carrot up off the floor while I was steel reeling. I want the game now.
どうぞ
Oh, what's it called? It's they haven't come up with the English title yet. I don't know if they're gonna go with the Japanese one. Here you go. Thank you. I hate you, but thank you anyways. He quickly rinsed it off in the sink and handed it back to me. 5-second rule before returning to the Tower route. Thanks. The bad ending CG is so pretty. Oh, in the maid one? Do I want to go look at that? Do I want to see anything? I try not to spoil myself. I've told you guys before, I'm really good at guessing things. Like, I guessed that I'm gonna call it, I was supposed to call it the Wendigo. I guessed that the Wraith was gonna be his sister. I knew it. I was like, is that his sister? And it was his sister. Thank you. I mean, I was wrong, because I started thinking maybe he was an actor, and he died in that costume. Oh gosh, this is awkward. Ichia peeled his taro root intensely, like it was the only task that mattered in the world, but a cloud seemed to drop over his features as if he was brooding over something. This isn't like him at all, and why would he suddenly bring up Taiga? I pretended to focus on the carrots, trying to brush off the nagging feeling in the corner of my mind.
こんなところかなありがとう助かったよ
There, that ought to do it. Thanks. You were a lot of help.
いえ、大したことはしてないから。
You're welcome, though I didn't do much. With the preparation work done, I was unsure about what to do next. I couldn't quite bring myself to leave Ichia, who was acting oddly, and I was curious as to why.
他にお手伝いできること
Is there anything else I can do to help?
いやここからは俺の領分だからあとは手伝いより期待していてほしいな
No, the rest is where I get to show off. If anything, all I'd like you to do now is look forward to it.
こんな風にお嬢さんと並んで料理ができて嬉しかったよどうもありがとう
And it was nice to cook with you, Leah. Even if it was just for a little bit, I enjoyed it. Thank you.
言ってくれれば手伝いくらいいつでも。
It's nothing. I don't mind helping out with this sort of thing every once in a while. Ichia simply looked at me for some reason. His smile looked a little sad.
そうだといいね。
I hope that maybe you will. What was your joke, actually? You never actually told me what the joke was in the Kodaha route. I hope that maybe you will.
最近のお嬢さんは大河に興味津々のようだから、俺が独占できる機会があるかどうか。
You've mostly been interested in Taiga lately. I'm not sure how often I'll get a chance to spend time with you like this anymore. I felt my heart lurch. What is he trying to say? Is he accusing me of being favoritism? He caught me on. Did he know I had my eye on Taiga? Was savvy about the direction my heart was leaning in? Was he? This is the second one that doesn't make sense, right? Right?
またこうして誘ったら、一緒に料理をしたり、デートしたりできるのかな。
If I asked you again, do you think you'd cook with me or accompany me on a date? In other words, he was asking me if he still had a chance.
それは
So the part where MC and Kurahara are having a moment and the monster's like watching them, I like imagine family cock blocking them, and I was technically right. They can't like go too far. I do think it's hilarious that it took Kodaha's ending for me to realize that the reason the no choice ending where you don't build up their affection is the better ending is because you shouldn't date a ghost. You shouldn't date a ghost, guys. That's why the badder ending is the gooder ending. Because don't date ghosts. It's a lesson they're trying to teach us, and I hate it. It was a perfectly fair question for him to ask, and I didn't want to give him an evasive answer. To be honest, the whole suitor selection business process affected not just my life, but them as well. I'm laughing because she's like spying at her brother smacking on another girl. I mean, at least he's not smacking on her. Whoa, whoa, what do you mean on another girl? I mean, I appreciate that she's kind of sane for a wraith. Should I give him an honest answer? But it isn't as if Taiga and I have solidified our relationship in one way or another. Ichia watched me as I hesitated, hunting for words. After a moment, he sighed and looked away.
ごめん。こんなこと君に聞くべきじゃないな。
You should play killer chat. You date a serial killer? There's a line that you shouldn't date serial killers. Let's be real, you shouldn't date a serial killer, but like, does he wear a mask? Like, does he wear a mask? Like, is there a mask involved? Like, huh, hang on. Let me Google this one. Actually, there was a game. So we've been doing the horror game this week in October, as we know, for the Bridge Curse. Which honestly was par for our usual kind of streams because it was a story. But I saw one and it made me laugh so hard. Because it's a doll factory. It's similar to That's Not My Neighbor and like Five Nights at Freddy's, I guess, in a way. So it's a doll factory and the dolls come out and you got to inspect the dolls and make sure that there's nothing faulty with the dolls. And if there's something faulty with the doll, you have to destroy it. Killer Chat's got like 4 love interests. And I got a tattoo if I'm in this one. Oh no, I can choose to have a tattoo. Got it, got it. I like this like lanyard of teeth. That's cute. Okay, we got Ronan. Angel, adorable. Why does everyone think I'm a cannibal? Interesting. I'm kind of a drunk assassinating someone. Misaka and V, just V. Well, that's cute. So we should have played that last month for Halloween. Should play. Yeah, I said we should play it on Halloween, but Halloween got drastically cut. But I get 11 hours of OT this week, guys. And guess what? I like OT. I don't usually get OT. They don't let me have OT. They don't want us to have OT, so they don't give me OT a lot. I shouldn't have asked you
君
that.
に OK してもらえるように努力する。それが俺のスタンスであるべきだ。
I'd work 60 hours a week if I got 20 hours of OT. It's my job to put out the necessary effects to get you to say yes, right?
千代さん
Yeah.
ここはもう大丈夫だよ。リビングでお茶でも飲みながらゆっくりしていて。
I've got things handled here for now. Why don't you go relax in the living room and enjoy some tea until dinner? Secure that bag. I know, right? I want it. I want monies. He gave me a small smile as he picked up his chef's knife and got back to cooking. He was letting me walk away.
筑前に楽しみにしてる。
I'm looking forward to the finished product. All I did was like shave a carrot. I left him with that and walked out of the kitchen. Just remember I haven't had curry in a while. Oh yeah, let me see if my phone will actually show the picture in good lighting. So last night I told my sister I was craving. Listen, I think we have established this already. I'm trash. But I told my sister last night I was craving mashed potatoes and chicken nuggies. And we currently have frozen chicken nuggies in the shape of dinosaurs. And so I was all like, she was asking everybody what we wanted for our plates. And I'm like, make mine into a volcano. And she did. Look how cute it is. Those are my chicken nuggies and there's my volcano with lava gravy. So happy. I'm an adult. And I loved my dinner. I have to give this proper thought. They say love is blind, but I couldn't afford to get so caught up in my own feelings that I didn't pay attention to anyone else. I owe Itya a thorough and well-considered answer. Shion and Narita do. I wonder if Taiga already has his answer. That was something I wanted to know more than anything.
難しい。
This is so complicated. It's only complicated because you gotta just tell Taiga, I want to be with you. That's it. I heaved a deep sigh and clutched a sofa cushion tightly to my chest. Boom. Love pushed away. Oh no. Oh no. Sunday. I hope that I could have spent today visiting the orphanage, but Taiga said he already had other plans. There wasn't much I could do about that. You could go by yourself. I didn't want to waste my time, however. I settled into the living room couch and started reading another book on charity and work. Is this the whole purpose, though? I know that our boy's a liar. We are on the last of Taiga's boards, yeah. We're on the final board for Taiga. I didn't want to waste my time. I settled into the living room. Blah da 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 da.
また勉強ですか？休みだし、たまには気分
Fortnite
転
has
換しません？
updated yet again.
何でも付き合いますから。
Are you studying again? Today's a day off. Don't you want to take a break? Wherever you want to go, I'll come along with you.
また今度ね。
Maybe some other time.
ねえ、小鳥ちゃん。勉強熱心なのはいいことだけど。
Leah, your studiousness is a fine personal
ちゃ
trait
んと息
indeed.
抜きはした方がいいよ。そのために休日があるんだから。
It's important to take time to recharge too. That's why we have days off. I feel called out. I worked every day this week. Shion, shut up.
大丈夫。今も十分楽しんでるから。
I can't wait till you suffer during the true route. I'll grab some popcorn. All of y'all keep telling me I'm gonna be so mad at Kasuga. I'm hearing you. So far, I disagree. I'm fine. This is plenty entertaining for me. Shion and Narita tried their best to distract me, but I deflected their advances and tried to focus on my book. Koharu ate and left no crumbs. He ate my heart. I'm looking forward to Koharu. He is the 5th one, I think. Yeah, we're gonna do him 5th. Actually, I need to fix this. I kept debating if I wanted to do Other Realm 2nd or last, so I had Other Realm 2nd, but I want to save it for last. Maybe I should have stayed up in my room so that I could study in peace and quiet. I wonder about heading back up to my room, but seeing Shion and Narita's restlessly fidget as they snuck glances at me made me rethink that idea. After talking to Ichiya in the kitchen the other day, I realized that I've been ignoring all of them. I felt a little bad about turning my back on them. I doubt that spending time together with them like this is going to change my feelings. As long as my relationship with Taiga wasn't solidified, it probably wasn't wise for me to make any sweeping declarations, no matter how foregone the conclusion.
勉強お疲れ様。
I'm excited for
お茶を入れ
Koharu
た
and
から
Seiya.
そこに持って行っていいかな。
I'm looking forward to Seiya because apparently I just like a flirty boy, and he's kind of a flirty boy. I loved him in Koyo's route when he's all like, sorry, I had to clean up a mess because I threw all the papers off my desk because I was so upset that I don't have a love like you. Oh my gosh. All that studying must be tiring. I brewed some tea if you'd like. Should I set it out? I have tea. I just opened a Mountain Dew. But okay. Guys, my favorite drink to get, and I don't get it all the time, is an Arnold Palmer. And that is tea and lemonade. And the issue I usually have with this is typically the tea isn't sweet enough, and then it just tastes like bitter. You have to have sweet both. And we have this bench outside our apartments that we call the giving bench. If you don't want something, you put it there so someone can pick it up. It's like Goodwill, but free. And someone put out an entire Arizona iced tea Arnold Palmer, like, giant gallon container. I was so excited. I was like, my dreams are coming true. But it's in the kitchen, and I keep saying I'll make a glass of it while I'm streaming because this is the best time to drink it. But I want it so bad. I want Koyo and Seiya to fight over me. I just want Koyo. At this exact moment, if I was making a tier list, I've only played 3 routes, and Kuraha I haven't finished 100% yet. It's Sina, Kuraha, and Koyo. Koyo's at top. Koyo is best boy. And I've said this before, and you guys already know this. My favorite route usually is the one that I feel like is the most viable. And the fact that he's not dead makes it the most viable one. Because they get to be together. For reals. For realsies. Like, that's the best one so far. Sina's was cute. I think they could have done cuter. I think they could have made him less airheaded. And it would have maybe made his route cuter. Maybe he could have not have been an idol. Like, I don't know. There was something missing in Sina's route. All that studying must be tiring up you. Tea, thank you.
Ah, arigato.
Please. It's the only reason Adolph's route wasn't my least favorite in Verche, because everyone was pretty much happy by the end of that one. And I say pretty much because nobody can be happy all the time. But the majority was happy. And if we're playing Fable, I always choose the needs of the many. When I play Fable, I have a halo above my head, okay? I'm so good. I'm such a good person. I plan to watch Koyo's ending and Otomozu's VOD of Lucas. I still need to see the good ending. Oh, nice. Koyo's ending, so... And back to what I said before, where, like, No Choices is the best ending so far. No Choices for Koyo was the best ending, and I loved it. It had one of the prettiest CGs I've ever seen. Also, Kuraha's good ending didn't have a CG at all. I was really confused. I rearranged the books scattered on the living room table, making space for the tea set. At the same time, I sneaked a glance at Ichiya. On the surface, he looked like his usual self, but ever since our talk in the kitchen, I've been so aware of his presence, I almost felt awkward. Stay calm, act normally. I reassured myself that acting nonchalant was simply a matter of good manners and as I sipped my tea, but then
一夜さん、お嬢さんが朝からずーっと勉強ばっかしてるんですけど、少しは休憩が必要だと思いませんか？
I need to watch the Konoha good ending. See, it's heavenly and godly ending, and I'm still confused why the high, I understand now. The high affection is like the good bad ending. And then the one where you make no choices because you shouldn't fall in love with a ghost gets you the good ending. But yeah, guess what? Leah's been reading all day ever since morning. Don't you think it's about time that she took a break?
ちょっとなゆたくん
だってお嬢さんが全然構ってくれないから。
But you won't spend any time with me at all. Leah, this actually reminds me of my dog, because Natsuta is a dog. Last night, I went down the hall. My dog is used to this. I go down the hall, I come out from the bathroom, and then my dog is like, all right, it's time, let's go. Down the hall, like I'm going to my room. And I'm like, oh, no, I'm not going to bed yet. And my dog did not come to my bed last night because she was mad at me. She's like, oh, it's not bedtime? All right, sleep by yourself. You want to spend any time with me at all?
なゆた、今の小鳥ちゃんにはそういうの逆効果だと思うよ。
That's sad because I'm anticipating the sequel. I need it 2 weeks ago. I'm curious. I'm curious how a sequel's gonna work. I won't lie. I don't mind if they make a sequel and it's different characters. Because you can use the same concept and have new characters. I wouldn't mind it at all. And I don't know why they haven't done that yet. Like, I want a sequel to Cafe Enchanté, but I want it to be, like, a different character in the game. Like, I said I want it to be, like, 20 years later, and then that one ice demon kid could be a love interest now. I'll repeat this. To writers of Otome games, please give us an ND and an MC's willing to become a villain for her love. Yeah! Which reminds me, I can make a Discord channel in our thing if we want to start fleshing out our story. Sayaka gets spirited away. Yeah, right? That'd be so cute. Like, it's her dream. Imagine her. She would be like the book talk girl if she got spirited away. She would be like, oh my gosh. And they're like, don't be afraid. And she's like, I am not afraid. It's just... I think the attitude will only have the opposite effect on her at the moment, don't you? Or like Sayaka's friend in college.
それはまあわかりますけど。
Make a channel for Aratomi ideas. Perfect. I don't know if you were here, Asia, when we talked about it, but we did say we wanted to make a story that was like the evil queen from Snow White, where all the love interests just support her being evil, and she's just evil, and there's multiple endings. I want an ending where everyone's on her side, and she's just an evil queen with everybody. A harem, if you will. Yeah, but okay.
そうだね。今の俺たちにできるのは彼女の邪魔をし
We'll
ない
make
こ
our
とくらい
own
だ。
Ichio. We'll do it. Right now, the best thing is to give her the space she needs in order to do what she wants to do.
こんなに頑張っているんだから黙って応援してあげよう。
I also have an also, and I'll follow that up after your also. A harem ending in Otome games. Yes! They joked about it in My Next Life as a Villainess as if it was common, and it never happens. It never happens. She's giving this her all, so let's stay out of her way and support her, okay? Honestly, Celestia was the closest we got to that, but that was only because it was a single route story. Like, there was no branching off into, like, now you're on this love path. So because of that, you just kept making out with all the boys behind each other boys' back and acting like you're falling in love for all the boys. And I'm like, this is awkward. Never happened. There was a harem ending in Cupid Parasite, I think. No, there was a 2-for-1 ending in Cupid Parasite out with Ruki, but it was terrible. Some indie game can give us a harem ending. That's so true. It'll be ours. She's given this her all, so let's stay out of her way and support her, okay?
はーい。
Okay. The three of them were suddenly far more understanding than they had been when we first met. I didn't think that was an accident. Naruto was, well, he was probably clueless, but I had a feeling that both Ichiya and Shion knew where my heart lay. Gosh, this is so awkward. If only Taiga were here. I nervously sipped at my tea, desperately wishing that I was anywhere else.
おう、今帰ったぜ。
Yo, I'm back.
タイガさん
Taiga! Fangirl instantly. I shot up and turned to him before my common sense could kick in. Taiga looked at me, startled by my enthusiastic greeting.
おかえりなさい
Welcome home. I overreacted in the biggest, loudest way possible, drowning under a wave of embarrassment. I slowly sank back down onto the sofa.
タイガ、お茶にしていたんだが、君はどうする？
I feel like I like indie Otome games more than Otome games, maybe because indie has better writers. It's a double-edged sword for me because I understand indies. I understand they don't have as many resources, but there's not very many indies games where I think the guys are very attractive. There's some, like Date with Death, hot. Touch Starved, hot. I also don't think that game was made for me. I don't think it was made for a girl. Does that make sense? I don't think Touch Starved is a game they intended for me to play. We get to pick our own pronouns, but I spend a lot of time in a community that supports each other, and I will say I know a few fetishize, and there's just something about the implications of multiple characters having had schmecks with each other that makes me think this game was not made for me. And I'm not talking about the adult premise. I'm talking about the boys on boys. I'm like, I don't think this is for me. Because guess what? We don't actually have a full female girl in Touch Starved that we can date. Only 3 Atome games really disappointed me this year. Which 3 was it? If it's the fan disc for Cupid Parasite, we already know. We're just having some tea. Care to join us? Taiga is disappointed. I was just...
こっちに座って待っていてくれ。今持ってくるよ。
Great! Come on, have a seat. I'll bring a fresh pod.
おい、一夜。
Ichiya, I just said... Shion comes over here and just grabs him by the other arm. Ichiya overrode Taiga's protest, steering him to the spot on the couch next to me and making him sip before disappearing into the kitchen.
あ、イーチャーさん、俺も手伝います。
There is gonna be a female love interest in Touch Star, but she's a DLC love interest. Okay, is she hot? Is she hot? Is she hot? They draw so good. Catboy, hot. Demon man that like has tentacles, hot. Guy who runs the pub, but does not. Time for me to take a screenshot. Have I not? I haven't seen it. Ichiyo, wait, I'll help. But I will be real with you. I think one girl should have been in the mix already. Not a DLC. Doctor man, hot. Not to left too for some odd reason.
一夜のお茶、美味しかったから。
There's
二人とも
another guy love
ちゃん
interest.
と味わって飲むといいよ。
Plenty of guys. But like more girls in there. Ichiya put great care into brewing his tea. I suggest you sit and savor it together for a time.
シオンさん
Something else I want when you can choose your pronouns and your stuff is to still get to create a character that shows up in the screenshot in the CGs. You mentioned when you're playing the demo. It's been so long since I played the demo, and I've been getting my heart broken by demos because I'm like, will this turn into a game? What do you mean I have to wait 2 years? Xian. Gone. We waved languishingly as he too walked out of the living room. Left by ourselves, Taiga and I turned and looked at each other. Was that coincidence, or had they just left us together on purpose? All of a sudden, I felt acutely uncomfortable. I picked up one of my books on the table and started flipping through it without really reading the words on the page.
お嬢、また勉強してたのか？
Were you studying again, babe? Man, I'm looking
ね
forward
え、そうよ。
to
楽
Minami
し
so
くなって
bad.
きちゃって。
Minami. Oh yeah, I was. It's been fascinating for me.
今日ずっとか。あいつらも暇そうにしてたし、遊んでやりゃよかったじゃねえか。
Don't tell me you were doing that all day today. The guys were looking pretty bored, you know. You could have hung out with them instead.
だって、
But I want to hang out with you.
そんな焦んなくても、勉強なんていつでもできんだろ。
Indie games are great because they explore diverse concepts. With Automate, Japanese Otome usually have a standard kind of formula, but I agree with Leah. The art is usually why I'm not attracted to the love interest. See, yeah, and I love that. There's some concepts that are so cool that we don't get. And I understand too that most Otome games are geared to younger girls. But I don't think we can get a mature. We'll email Otomate. Come on, Otomates, give me a MC that's like 28. Give me love and like we have that stupid pub game. That's terrible. I haven't played it yet. I'm just guessing. You live. You can wait for 2 years for a visual novel. Just focus on your long, long backlog. I have been focusing on it. I'm always attracted to a lot of love interest in indie games. There's some really good ones, but there's some other ones where I'm like, I don't like this art. I'm the same way when it comes to like buying prints at conventions. I'm very picky. And I appreciate all art. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying I don't like it. And that's just how it is sometimes. Where's the rush? The books don't have legs. They can't run away. You can study anytime you want.
もっと遊ぶことも覚えろよ。今のうちにハメ外しとかねえと。
You need to learn to kick back and relax more, have fun. If you don't cut loose now, you won't.
そんなことしてたらいつまで経っても
If I
追いつけない
waste
じゃない。
my time, I'll never catch up to you.
え
Huh? You didn't understand a thing. I sighed and rolled my eyes, straightening my shoulders. I turned to face him. How do I straighten my shoulders? Pretty straight.
この前も言ったでしょ。子供扱いできないようにしてやるからって。
I told you before, remember, I said I wouldn't let you treat me like a child forever.
ああ、言ってたな。
You did say something like that.
だから勉強もするし、視野を広げる努力もするわ。いろんな経験を積みながらね。
Of course I'm gonna study. I'm gonna try to broaden my horizons and experience new things. Oh, Asia, that reminds me. Did you see that super cute game that came out that has the artist from Fairy Tail draw it, and it's basically a farming sim? And if I played it, I would give up my entire life for probably a month on a solid. I'm gonna study. I'm gonna try to broaden my horizon and experience new
時
things.
間なんていくらあっても足りない。私がここまで本気になったのはタイガさんのせいなんだから。
There isn't enough time in the world for me to do all the things I need to do. You were the one who made me this serious, you know, blame yourself.
お嬢
Babe.
分かったら覚悟しておいてね。あなたの持ってる知識や経験もたっぷり使わせてもらうから。
Brace yourself because I'm going to use all of your knowledge and experience to better myself. I punctuated my proud declaration in Taiga with a confident smile. But his reaction wasn't at all what I was expecting.
どうかした？
Is something wrong? He looked upset and I nervously wondered if I made him uncomfortable. Had I gone too far? Was he angry now?
ねえ、タイガさん？
You're doing well on the backlog. It seems like I max out at like 3 Otome games a year. The problem is they announce 20 a year. And I'm behind one right now. I'm behind one because I didn't do one in August. Because the September one, this one, is still going. Sorry, I didn't do one in September. I said that wrong. I said it backwards. Shh, 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 shh. Taiga.
いや、立派だよ、お嬢は。
I was just thinking how awesome you are. Then date me.
俺なんか、あっという間に追い越されちまいそうだな。
At this rate, you're gonna blow past me before you know it. You're gonna be a superstar.
そう？
Really? His compliments were strong, but lacked enthusiasm. Was he not feeling well?
ああ、俺、部屋戻るな。着替えてえし。
I'm gonna head up to my room. I want to get changed.
でも一夜さんがお茶。
It's just bringing tea.
代わりに飲んどいてくれ。
How about you drink it with him instead?
は？
What?
タイ
Taiga!
ガさん。
Wait! He's gone. But he was already up and walking out of the living room. It almost seemed like he was running
どう
away.
したのかしら。
What got into him? Kasuga got into him. In the end, I was left by myself with little else to do. I sat there and sipped at my now cold tea. To be clear, I prefer cold tea, but I understand. But I had no idea that that nagging unease prickling at me was about to blossom in a big way. Dinner that night, everyone was seated around the table. For some reason, Ichiya looked unusually solemn. He straightened his posture and cleared his throat.
みんなに聞いてほしい話がある。
Everyone, there's something I'd like to say. The tone of his voice caught everyone's attention, and the table fell silent. Even Narita straightened his posture and gave Ichiya his full, undivided attention. He said,
俺は花婿候補から降りようと思ってる。
I'm thinking of withdrawing as a suitor.
は？
What? Taiga was obviously caught completely off guard by what was clearly the last thing he expected to hear. It was certainly not something I expected either. All I could do was stare at Ichiya confused, but
そっか。一夜はもうそこまで考えてたんだね。
so you've given it some thought and are choosing to step out.
残念ですけど、しょうがないです。
That's too bad, but if it's what you decided, both Shion and Narita nodded as if this was something they had known was coming.
待って。どういうこと？二人とも知
What's
ってた
going
の？
on? Were the two of you aware of
うー
this?
ん。知ってたというかね。
In a way, I suppose, not that we discussed it.
最近の君とタイガを見ていて分かったんだ。もう俺が入り込む余地なんてどこにもないってね。
Here's the issue. It's Taiga doesn't like reciprocate right now. So you saying this out loud is gonna make this hella awkward because he's gonna probably say, actually, I was about to withdraw too. And you're gonna make me cry. Watching you together with Taiga these last few days, it hit me. There isn't any room for me to squeeze between you two.
一夜さん。
It's
僕も大河の方を向いてる君を無理やり振り向かせようとは思わないかな。
When you look at Taiga, I don't feel like it'd be proper to make you look at me instead.
役立つなんて綺麗じゃないしね。
Stealing another's beloved is an ugly act after all.
俺も。二人はお似合いだと思いますし、応援していきたいって思ってます。
I think the two of you make a nice couple. I'm happy to support you.
いや、ちょっと待てよ。お前ら何言ってんだ。つか一夜、お前。
Showed the other lovers from Kickstarter, and there's another Otome new. Also shared more visual novels in the Discord. Oh no, I'm gonna drown. He's got long hair. I appreciate that the game is up in your top corner. Scene. Oh, cute. Revenge and her own death. Mood. Dynamic chord featuring Rev is coming to Switch on March 27th. That looks cute. Who are these? Oh my god, that one looks like Ruki. That just reminded me I need to share another one. Why? Oh, why are you doing this to me? It deserves more attention. Immediately share Kickstarter link. Oh. Why is this so quiet? Kick the demon out. Kick the demon out. The traded groom. Halloween Scream. Well, that's sad. We could have played that during Halloween. Oh, Slay the Princess. Okay, I might own a copy of Slay the Princess before too long. The physical copy comes out next year in February. I know we can get it digital already. Carved in stone. Is that a gargoyle? Am I dating a gargoyle? It's a gargoyle. You know what's made out of stone? Gargoyles. I want to date a gargoyle. Wait. Hold on, back up. What the hell are you talking about? Ichio, what do you mean you're giving up?
いいんだタイガー。俺はこの結果に納得しているから。
It's okay, Taiga. It's okay. I've given the issue a lot of thought, and this is a conclusion. I've accepted it.
それに俺はこれ以上お嬢さんの邪魔はしたくない。
I don't want to get in the way of Leah's wish. I've already interfered enough.
千代さん
Ichia? Guilt pricked at me. I cornered him into his decision. But Ichia's expression looked somewhat relieved. Like he'd finally set down a heavy burden. A wary, delicate smile graced Shion's face, while Narata sat gloomy. They looked at Taiga and I with clear eyes, so they realized it. While a part of me felt guilty, I also felt some relief. The charade was up. The Stone visual novel one is spicy. Listen, I used to watch the TV show Gargoyles, which is based off the comic book Gargoyles as a kid, and I won't lie, there were some hot gargoyles up in that show. It had been awkward to keep up the facade of interest around the others when my mind was effectively made up.
千代さん、それにシオンさんと那由他くんも
Xian, Narata, do you feel the same as Ichiya does?
そういうことになるね。
I would say so, yes.
俺はまだここにお嬢さんといたいです。
I want to stay here with you still, Leah, but
二人の邪魔はしないです。そういうのはもうないんだってちゃんと分かってるんで。
why doesn't he just say, can I be your bodyguard? Like, if that's all he really wants, just say it. I won't get in between you two. I promise. I know my chance for anything like that is gone. I won't try. They all knew. And if they knew, there was only one thing left for me to say.
今までありがとう。
Alright.
私は
Thank you for everything, all of you.
ちょっと待てって言ってんだろ。
Taiga's like, whoa, I'm not ready for a relationship. Stop. Hold on. Taiga, his face slightly pale, jerked forward out of his chair and slammed his hands down on the table. Caught by surprise, the rest of us looked up at him in shock.
お前ら3人とも考え直せ。まだ勝負はついてねえよ。
Ichiya, Shion, Narata, think about this. I mean it. Nothing's been decided yet.
はタイガさん何を言って
What are you talking about?
タイガー。いいんだ。俺たちは自分で決めたんだから。
Taiga, it's okay. Really, we really did think this over carefully, and this is what we decided.
そうだよ。遠慮なんてタイガらしくないし。
It's true. What's the matter? It's not like you to be so modest about a conquest.
俺たちのことは気にしないで。どうか末永くお幸せに。
You don't have to worry about us. We'll be fine. I wish you two the very best.
そうじゃねえよ。そういうんじゃねえんだ。
Seriously, things aren't what they seem.
タイガー。
Taiga. Irritated, Taiga shoved his hands through his hair. The others looked at him utterly confused. But me... A sickening chill crept down my body with the way Taiga was acting. I couldn't help but think he was trying to deny we had a relationship. Why? I had a bad feeling, a very bad feeling. Taiga took a deep breath. His eyes sparked angrily as he looked straight at Ichiya.
俺はお前らとは違う。
Look, I'm not like you three.
Eh?
Huh?
黙ってて悪かった。だがこういうことになった以上、もう白状させてもらうぜ。
I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but with things going the way they are, I'm gonna come clean. What are you gonna do? See, please don't say it.
実は花婿候補じゃねえんだわ。
I'm not a suitor.
Eh?
Huh? Taiga's words landed with a thud that dwarfed the weight of Ichiya's first statement. Everyone froze. I sat and stared at as all the blood drained from my face. Why? Why now of all times? I couldn't comprehend why he chose this moment to expose the secret he kept this whole time. I didn't want to understand.
道場のじいさんとは俺がガキの頃からの付き合いでな。今回の話も事前に聞かされてた。
I know Gramps Tojo since I was a kid. He told me all about what was going on down here before it
そん
happened.
で頼まれたんだ。お前らに紛れて監視役になってくれって。
And he asked me to be an observer for him to pretend to be a suitor while making sure you lot behave.
監視？俺たちのことずーっと見てたってことですか？ご飯食べたりお風呂入ってるところを？
Nadata, no. No, Nadata. An observer? My gosh, does that mean you were watching us the whole time when we were eating too? When we were in the tub?
変な言い方すんじゃねえ。もっと常識的な範囲でだっつの。
No, you idiot. You're making it sound like I'm some kind of perv. I use plenty of restraint, okay?
なるほどね。タイガには何かあると思ってたけど、そういうことだったん
I
だ。
see. I thought that was more to you than you were letting on, so that's what it
あ
was.
あ、なんつうか、今まで騙してて悪かったな。
Sorry for pulling the wool over your eyes for so long.
とにかくそういう事情だからさ。お前らが俺を理由に候補から降りる必要はねえんだ。なことになったら本末転倒だろ。
That's the way it is. You don't have to withdraw as candidates because of me. If you did, that'd defeat the whole point of this, don't you think?
いや待ってくれ。いきなりそう言われても。
Wait a minute. There's a lot to swallow at once. Why doesn't she talk? Because she has a voice. She can say something. This is her moment to be like, but I do like you. And I want to choose you. Like, that's it. That's all she has to say. Taiga's determination to keep the others from leaving was effectively a declaration that he wasn't interested in a future with me. About the farming game from Fairy Tale creator, I know about that one. Also, did you hear that Eden Zero's gonna have a game? No. But we can pre-order Fairy Tale 2 right now. Whoop, 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 whoop. Keep making me Google things. Looks cute. Open world? You made me Google things too. What did I make you Google? You said you heard of it. Oh my god, oh my god. I'll probably play it. A true action RP, but this is app. We'll see, we'll see. I was stunned to the point of immobility and my mind went blank from shock.
お嬢さんは知ってたんですか？
Did you know about Taiga's secret? I looked up to find 3 pairs of eyes pinned to my face.
「お嬢様成長記録ならお任せを」
I forced my mind to search for words. Why?
どうして？
Why? I made no confirmation or denial. The first sound that left my mouth was a simple
ど
question.
うして今になってそれを？
Why now of all time? You made me Google touch starve, so first off, you were not paying to Google touch starve. I looked pleadingly at Taiga, but he refused to even turn in my direction as he gave me an offhanded answer.
どうしてって、そりゃじいさんには秘密だって言われたけど、この状況じゃしょうがねえだろ。
Why? Well, yeah, Gramps did tell me to keep it a secret, but I really can't do that when things have been blown open wide, can
肝
I?
心の候補が降りるって言い出しちまったんだから。
Not when your real suitors are thinking of taking off.
私はそんなことを聞いてるんじゃなくて。
That's not what I'm asking you.
その様子だと君は知ってたんだね。
The way you're talking, you knew, didn't you? Ichia's quiet words snapped me back to reality, and I closed my mouth with a snap. There's so much I can't say. Selecting a temporary fiance, everything that had happened between Taiga and myself, the information was still too delicate to expose to the others.
知っていたわ。
Yes, I knew. Defeated, I slumped in my seat.
ともかくそういうわけだ。だから俺のことは気にすんな。
So yeah, that's how it is. You don't have to throw in the towel because of me, okay? Silence fell. The others volleyed confused, looked between each other. And why wouldn't they be confused? The connection between Taiga and myself had been so clear, even Ichia had been ready to call it quits. So how did things turn out this way? The only one at the table with a smile on his face was Taiga.
しかしヘマしたな。じいさんに怒られちまうかも。
I botched all this to hell and back, didn't I? Gramps is gonna be pissed.
でもまあ花婿選びは進められるんだから、まだセーフっちゃセーフで。
But now that everything's cleared up, the whole suitor thing can go on. Just had to rip off that band-aid.
タイガ、君は何を考えて。
Taiga, what in the world's wrong with you?
落ち着いて、一夜。小鳥ちゃんもいるんだよ。
Ichia, please calm yourself. Leah is still present. Oops. I just can't.
お嬢さん。
Leah? It was too much. I couldn't take anymore. I shoved my chair back and bolted from the room.
おや、夕食後の団らんはもうお済みですか？いつもよりお早いですね。
Have you had enough after dinner chat already? You're earlier than usual.
お嬢様、疲れたお顔をされていますが、
Leah?
下で何か問題でも？
You look tired. Did something happen downstairs, perhaps?
もう寝るわ。
I'm going to bed.
どこかお加減が悪いのですか？お薬をお持ちしましょうか？
Are you feeling ill, miss? Shall I bring some medicine? I'm sorry, Kasuga, but right now I don't feel like talking to anyone. I leaned against my door, saying nothing. After a while, I heard Kasuga walk away. What happened? I had no idea what Taiga was thinking. Did he have some reason to say what he'd said? Yes. Or had he made his decision and it wasn't the decision I hoped it would be? But why did everything unravel so suddenly? Did I do something? I didn't know. I just didn't know. Tell me it's all a misunderstanding. Tears rolled down my cheek as I slid down to the floor and buried my face in my knees. Cleared it. She's only in tears, guys. We're fine. Everything's fine. They have to have this unnecessary drama, and it kind of drives me crazy. I'm sure he really meant. I knew that sign wouldn't change anything, but I couldn't help it. While Ichia attempted to withdraw as a suitor, had been stemmed from... Oh god. Why are you doing this to me, game? The atmosphere at the house had become awkward and bleak. Taiga, why? Leah? I blinked and quickly looked up. Tsumugi looked back at me, and a knowing light shining in her eyes. Thinking about Mr. Isurigi? I nodded, swallowing back the upteenth sigh that was struggling to leave my throat. I'd already told Tsumugi what happened yesterday. It was too much for me to cope with myself. At least she talked to her friend. Depressed, I felt my eyes drifting down to the floor once more. Tsumugi put a gentle hand on my shoulder. How about we stop by a cafe? There's no dark mood that can't be lifted by a slice of cake. Maybe I don't feel like going home right now anyways. I was about to nod when... A whisk message from who? Is something the matter? My eyebrows started twitching as I read the message. Tsumugi looked at me with concern. It seems I have to postpone our trip to the cafe for now. I turned and left to confuse Tsumugi in the classroom as I forced my feet to propel me to the front gate. The little motor on my back. I ran.
Yeah.
Good
お
afternoon.
迎えに来ました。あ、カバン俺持ちますね。
Came to pick you up. Here, let me carry your bag. Not a ton, Shion stood next to the car that usually picked me up. Though their message... had informed me of their arrival beforehand, I still felt awkward. I let my gaze wander around the school grounds, too scared to look at them. I hardly feel like talking. Unfortunately, now that they were here, I had no easy way to escape them. I reluctantly followed their urging and got into the car like I was being kidnapped. We didn't go directly home. Instead, we stopped at a little seaside park. Xion said it would be a nice place to take a stroll. He's like, come, let me guide you. She's just got depression. I'm just picturing ER when he's like, it's fine. And they're just like, come on, have fun. You live in a house full of sticks. It's okay, Eeyore. You fell in the river. It's fine, Eeyore. I suppose I needed to go back to the house. I needn't go back to the house just yet. Perhaps Xion had read my mind because he smiled gently at me.
あのね、小鳥ちゃん。
Listen, we're here for you.
ちょっと強引な手を使ったけど、今の君、見てられなくて。
We were a little forceful bringing you out here, but we just couldn't bear to see you in pain.
一人で傷ついて悩まなくても、僕たちがいるよって伝えたかったんだ。
We wanted to let you know that we're here. You don't need to cope all on your own.
シオンさん。
Xion,
俺こういう時何したらいいかわかんないんですけど。
I'm not really sure what to do at times like these.
でもお嬢さんのためならいくらでも力になりますから。
But if it's for you, I'm willing to do anything you need me to do. I'm here for your help.
だからそんな泣きそうな顔して俺たちのことまで避けようとしないで
Please
ください。
stop trying to run away from us, especially when you look like you're about to cry.
なゆたくん。
Narata.
タイガはああ言ってたけど、一夜も含め、僕たちはもう花婿候補でいる気はないんだ。
I know what Taiga said, but all of us, Ichia included, we're not trying to be your suitor anymore.
だから安心して。傷ついた君に付け入ろうとして優しくしてるわけじゃないよ。
Don't worry, we are not trying to take advantage of you while you're vulnerable.
私、そんなこと思ってない。
I didn't think you were, until now.
分かってる。でもね、ちゃんと言葉にしておかないといけないこ
Is
とだ
this
と思う
when this is when he should come clean too? He's like, look, if Taiga's not actually here to be a suitor, neither am I. I just want you to know, I just want to be your bodyguard. And she's like, okay. And he'd be like, oh, I can be your bodyguard. And she's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't like you like that. Hear me out. Hear me out. We can make this work. I know, but this sort of thing is best stated clearly so everyone knows the score. My heart throbbed painfully at Shion's kindness, stifling any answer I might have managed. Even though they failed at their goal and had given up being my suitor, they were still nice to me. I can't bring myself to choose any of them. Pain jabbed at my heart and my eyes drifted downwards, but then Narata's cheerily grin popped into my vision.
全然気にしないでください。言ったじゃないですか。
Don't worry
俺
about
た
us.
ちは味方だって。
Like we said, we're here for you.
だから安心して。僕たちを頼っていいんだよ。
You can relax when we're around. Lean on us whenever you need to. Looking at their smile, I felt hot tears prickle in the back of my eyes. I desperately fought them off.
まずは詳しい事情を聞かせて。タイガにははぐらかされちゃって。
Can you tell us what happened? We asked Taiga, but he wasn't in the mood to answer.
タイガさん、絶対お嬢さんを特別だと思ってる感じだったのに、何があったんですか？
It really looked like Taiga was thinking the world about you. What in the world went on between your child?
ゆっくりでいいから。
She's like, I don't fucking know, because it wasn't me that got into his head. Take your time. You don't need to rush your answer. Would I be able to put it all into words? I wasn't sure, but I took a deep breath. Steady breath away. Anyway, slowly I began to talk. I told them about how I needed to quickly choose a temporary fiance due to the Branch family's meddling. How Taiga had agreed to take that role for me to buy me more time to make a final choice, and how we'd grown closer once I knew he was an observer. How we had a big argument over my bust size, and how he eventually made up. And about how he declared he'd gotten serious.
タイガさんから影響を受けて将来の目標もできたのに。
I found a worthy goal to pursue in the future thanks to Taiga's influence.
なるほどね。
I see.
でもタイガさん、自分から落とすって言ったんですよね。それなのに、なんでどうして？
Taiga said himself he was gonna make you fall for him, but then last night he said, wait,
俺、全然わかんないんですけど。
really confused.
私だってわからない。
Trust me, I'm confused too. There hadn't been any warning at all. I'd been happy just being with Taiga, spending time with him. I thought that he was happy to spend time with me
タイ
too.
ガさんはもう私のことなんか好きじゃないのかもしれない。
I have to wonder if he just doesn't like me anymore.
そんなことありえないですよ。
That can't be it. I'm sure.
でも何度も子供っぽいとか素直じゃないって言われてたもの。本当にうんざりされたのかも。
He's criticized me for being childish and immature too. I bet he's tired of me now.
小鳥ちゃん、気持ちはよくわかるよ。でも、一回落ち着こう。
I understand how you feel, but let's take a deep breath and try to stay calm.
今回の大河の行動、彼らしくないと思わない？
Think about how Taiga was acting last night. Didn't his words strike you as being a bit out of character?
大河はいつも周りをよく見て、状況に合わせて行動してたでしょ？僕たちの感情を読み取りながらね。
He's highly attuned to the people around him. He always thinking about the situation, the feelings of people involved before he acts, correct? I blinked at Shion's word as Shion's words sunk in. He's right. Taiga has an uncanny ability to anticipate exactly how I'd feel about something. He'd always kept me in mind when he did anything. There was no way he would deliberately do something to hurt me, even if he didn't really care about me anymore. But then why? Why does he say what he said?
きっと何かすごい考えがタイガさんにはあるんですよ。
Start hearing, I said what I said. I'm sorry, Taiga must have really good reason for what he did.
タイガさんよく殴るけどいい人だし、間違ったこと言わないし、頼りになるし。
Yeah, he smacks me around a lot, but he's a
何か
decent
考えがあるん
guy.
ですよ。
He says the right thing, and you can count on him to keep his promises too. He's gotta have a good reason.
だから今もタイガさんがお嬢さんを思う気持ちは全然変わってないと思います。
I'm sure his feelings for you haven't changed even a little bit, Leah.
そうなのかしら。確かにタイガさんは間違ったことは言わない人だけど。
You said yourself he always says the correct
ちょっ
thing.
と待って。大河も人間だよ。彼も間違えたり悩んだり。
Are you mortal, Shion? Are you? Perhaps, but Taiga is as mortal as the rest of us. He makes
タイガ
mistakes.
さんはお嬢さんに選ばれたすごい人なんですよ。そんな人が間違えるわけないです。多分。
Wait a minute. Leah is so super amazing that Hibata picked him. Someone like that would never make any mistakes, probably.
お嬢さん、俺タイガさんとの仲直り全力で応援しますから。ね、シオンさん。
I'm gonna do everything I possibly can to help you and Taiga make up and be friends again. I promise, right, Shion? Nadata enthusiastically whirled around to face him. Shion, who had a wary grin on his face, he nodded once.
さっきも言った通り、小鳥ちゃんの味方だから。できることは協力するよ。
True, as we said earlier, we're here for you, Leah. We'll help you in any way that we can.
ありがとう。
Arigato. Thank you. A little bit of weight seemed to lift from my shoulders. The beginnings of a smile trudged at my lips. Shion and Nadata must have noticed because they both smiled back at me.
それじゃあ、そろそろ帰ろうか。
Well then, shall we make our way home?
そうですね。俺腹ペコですし。
Yeah, I'm hungry like a wolf. Encouraged by their cheery voices, I breathed deeply and made a vow to myself. I was going to find out what Taiga really meant. That was my first priority. Everything else would follow. if we'll be able to finish. We'll see. I'm playing until 2 and it's almost 11. I have a dream. Lies and escape. Come on, I can spell. Believe in me, body.
よく寝た。
Did I sleep like a baby? Morning, folks. Wow, Taiga. Ichia's gonna
おはよう。
strangle you.
もう12時を回っているんだが。
Morning. Taiga, it's well past noon.
あ、そんな時間だったか。悪い。明日からもうちょっと早めに起きるようにするわ。
I mean, he does have a killer look. Like, that does look like it will murder you. What? Really? That late already? Sorry. I'll try to get up earlier
別
tomorrow.
にどうでもいいよ。俺には関係ないからね。
Do as you like, your habits are no concern of mine. I pretended not to notice the bitter look on he shot at me as I unhinged my mouth in another wide yawn.
青汁でも飲むか。
Guess I'll make my veggie juice.
タイガー。
Taiga. Yeah, he's gotta say his piece. I bet back a sigh, Ichio wasn't going to let me slip out of this predicament with
な
ease.
んだ。
What?
何か。
お嬢さんのこと。わざと避けているだろ
You're avoiding Leah, aren't you?
そんなことねえよ。お前の気
No,
のせいだろ。
I'm not. Get your eyes checked. I started walking towards the kitchen, hoping to end the confrontation as fast as possible. I hadn't taken 2 steps before he moved to block my path.
な
What?
んだよ。
う。担当直入に聞く。なぜ今だったんだ
I'll get straight to the point. Why now?
今って何のことだ？
What do you mean by why now?
とぼけないでくれ。君が監視役だと告白したことだ。
Don't play dumb with me. Why spill everything about your role as an observer now of all time?
んなこと決まってんだろ。
Duh.
あれは本当の候補者だったお前らが急に降りるとか言い出したから。
Because the 3 real suitors were preparing to fly the coop, I kinda had to tell everyone the score, don't you think?
俺が候補を降りる理由なんて君が一番よく分かっているだろう。
You know better than anyone why I would withdraw as a suitor.
俺だけじゃない。シオンもナユタも。彼女を見ていれば嫌でもわかる。
It's not just me. Shion and Narita too, they know. You just have to look at her to see why.
誰を見て、誰を求め、誰を選んだのか。優しい彼女に言わせるのは酷だから、俺は自分から切り出したんだ。
It's clear as day who her eyes always followed, who she wanted, who she chose. It would have been cruel to make her say goodbye to us, so I brought it up.
君がそんな彼女の思いに気づいていなかったとは言わせないぞ。
I'm not gonna let you pretend that you haven't noticed how she
あの
feels.
時も言ったろ。俺が監視役だからお嬢も安心して懐いてたんだって。
Don't you remember what I said? I'm the observer. She felt safe. She felt a little too safe. Got attached. That's it.
ただ懐いているだけの相手をあんな瞳で見るはずがないだろう。そんなごまかしはいらない。
She wouldn't have looked at you that way, the way she did if she was just attached. I said it as clear as we can. Everyone understood. This is a really flimsy excuse,
それ
Taiga.
にタイガー。最初はどうあれ。ここ最近の君は監視役なんて立場を忘れていたんじゃないか。
Besides, putting aside your intentions, I think you started forgetting your position as a neutral observer, especially lately.
俺たちの目にも明らかなほど、君は彼女を愛おしそうに見ていたよ。
It was clear to me and the others that she was dear to you too. We could see it in your eyes. Damn it, sister said something along those lines too. I really hated the implications that I was easy to
だ
read.
からこそわからないんだ。君と彼女の関係は、傍から見ていても出来上がる寸前のように見えた。
That's why I don't understand. From where I stand, it looked like the two of you were really close to making a real deal.
なのにどうして自分からそれを壊すような真似をした？
Why go out of your way to deliberate sabotage it?
気が変わった。そういうことでいいじゃねえか。
I changed my mind, okay? That stuff happens sometimes. Can we leave it at that? Seriously, just leave it. I didn't need him digging any deeper. It hurt too much. With some effort, I plastered a bored look on my face and waved my hand
ま
dismissively.
あ俺の代わりにお嬢を幸せにしてやってくれよ。お前ならきっと
Whatever. Anyway, how about you make her happy in my place then? Given your experience with women, I'm sure you'll...
ふざけるな
Stop it, Taiga. I blinked, actually overwhelmed for a moment. Ichio was angry, angrier than I'd ever seen him. I could feel the rage radiating off him like waves of
バ
heat.
カにしないでくれ
Don't treat me like an idiot.
これでも俺は君たちのことをただの同居人ではなくもっと近しい関係だと思っているんだ
You may not think it, but to me, the four of us aren't just roommates. We aren't just rivals. I thought we were more than that. The anger in Ichio's face slowly melted into a deep sadness. Closer, huh? The weight of Ichio's words made it seem like he thought of us as something more than friends, something like family. Please, the word family hits me right in my weak spot. I said nothing, and after a pause, he started to talk again, his voice
俺
solemn.
だけじゃないきっとシオンやナユタも同じ気持ちだと思う
It's not just me either. I'm sure Shion and Narita feel the same way.
だから頼むタイガちゃんと理由を
Taiga.
教えてくれ
Tell me why. Tell me why.
余計なお世話なんだよ
It's none of your business, so back off. Oops, lashed out too hard. Went too hard with that one. I had to play that way cooler than that. Makes it seem like the situation was no big deal. I exhaled aloofly, ran my hands through my hair.
縛られんのは性に合わねえんだ。それ以上でもそれ以下でもねえよ。
Look, I just don't want to get tied down. That's not my style. Nothing more, nothing less. I looked hard at Ichia to signal the conversation was over. His face dropped in
分かって悪
disappointment.
かった。さっきのは忘れてくれ。
Sorry, I yelled. I didn't mean to. Forget it happened, okay? I walked past him. Neither of us looked at each other. What do you think? What? Do you think we can go back to the way it was? You know we can't. I know that I'm sure I can't. Look at how well I've managed so far. Stellar. I guess it's time to hit the road.
どこ行くかな
Where do I
次は
want to go next? I tried to make it sound like I was hyped for a new adventure, but my words came out weak and dull. Ba-bum, we get a CG. I have a Wisp message. Oh, I gotta read that.
お役立ち機能とかねえのかよ。
That's not the right one.
俺もメッセージ送っちゃおうかな
This was my fault. I'm sorry. This wouldn't have happened if I hadn't said what I did. It's not your fault, but Taiga's words hurt, you know? Hurt you. I'm sure he must have had a reason for it. You have faith in him, don't you? I'm a little jealous, sorry. Don't apologize. I accepted it. I see what I can do about Taiga, okay? So don't worry yourself too much. Thanks. Probably should have had that before that conversation because it did not help. He did not help. He did the opposite of help. Too far. All right, I take it back. I take it back. Oh no. The next day, Shion and Narita offered me their encouragement. I woke up determined to find a chance to speak with Taiga. Just break into his fucking room. I mean, break into his room. What was he thinking? What was his reasoning? I needed to know, but... Morning.
タイガさん、この後ちょっと話せない？
Taiga, may I talk to you for a minute?
無理。見ての通り、これから出かけるとこだ。来日中の立ちから観光案内頼まれて
Nah,
な
I'm on my way out the door. A friend of mine's visiting Japan. I promised to show him around.
そうなの。
I couldn't say much else if he already had plans. I closed my mouth and took a step back. As I did, Ichia and Shion, who had been listening nearby, got up and boxed in Taiga.
タイガ少し話す時間くらい取れるだろ
Taiga, I'm sure you can spare a moment to talk to her.
そうだよ。君にはそうする義務があると思うんだけど。
In fact, I'd say it's your duty to listen to her.
はあ、義務なんだそれ。
My duty, what are you babbling about? They just stomp on his foot and then they grab him arm in arm and they're like, talk.
タイガ、分かっててその態度はどうかと思う。
Taiga, don't take this attitude when you know full well what I'm talking about. It's gosh.
悪い、もう出ねえと。つうかお嬢、俺なんかより他の連中の相手してやれよ。
Sorry, I gotta go. Babe, you really ought to hang out with these guys instead of me.
タイガさん
Taiga!
じゃあな、遅くなるから晩飯はいいぜ。
See ya. I'll be late. I don't need dinner.
こうなったら
If you're gonna be like this, I guess it comes to this.
なゆたくん
Nayata! That's right, Narita. Stop on his foot. Narita zoomed after Taiga, leaving the rest of us to glance at each other in confusion.
何しやがるんだよだ。
Narita, what are you
いい
doing?
から観念してください。
Stop struggling. Thudding sounds and shouts came from the foyer. The rest of us hurried out to the living room.
二人とも何して
What are you two doing?
いてって。とっとと話さねえと本気で殴んぞ。
Let go, Narita, or I'll thump you for
嫌
real.
です絶対話しません俺殴られたって話しませんから
You're not getting away. Deck me as hard as you want. I'll never let go. We went into the foyer. Narita and Taiga were wrestling. We're in a wrestling hold that was worthy of a Saturday night main event. His merry disposition and perpetual cheerful expression had turned severe. Taiga was making a serious effort to squirm out of the hold, but Narita wouldn't give an inch.
なゆたくん
Narita.
お嬢さんほらタイガさん捕まえましたよこれでやっとお話できますね
Look, I bagged Taiga. You two can have a talk now. I appreciate the sentiment, but Taiga threw sparks like a tied up wildcat. How was I supposed to talk to
いい
him?
加減にしろってな。
It said, like, go, damn it.
しまっ
No.
Oh.
Taiga shifted while Narita was distracted with me. He twisted and yanked himself free from Narita's grip.
じゃれるのはまた今度な。行ってくれ。
We can play wrestling some other time, okay? I gotta get going.
逃げられたか。
Looks like he slipped away. It wasn't an easy slip.
すいません油断しました
I'm sorry, I stopped paying attention and Narita's expression fell. The rest of us looked at him inside.
もういいよ、ナユタ。タイガも固くなだな。
It's alright, Narita. It seems Taiga is hellbound on not sticking around.
俺も本音を聞き出そうとしたんだが、やはり何も喋ってはくれなかったよ。
I tried asking him some questions earlier, but he dodged them all and took off. If you tried to approach him, he'd weave around you. If you tried to use force, he'd slip from his captor's grip and run away. The others were trying their best, but their efforts yielded the opposite of the intended effect.
大丈夫。俺たちも協力するから。みんなで囲い込めば。
Don't worry. We'll help you next time. We just need to surround him and then...
それじゃダメだと思う
I doubt that'll work. Is she gonna sleep in his bed now? He said he's gonna be late, right? So she goes to his room because she's like, I gotta talk to him, and then she falls asleep, and then he comes home. Listen, it's a trope that I like, all right? And then he like pets her hair. Nothing creepy. I doubt it'll work. Taiga was avoiding me because there was something he didn't want to say. Most likely because whatever he wanted to say would hurt. As long as he keeps everything inside, nothing's gonna
ご
change.
めんなさいみんなにお願いがあるの
I'm sorry, everyone. Can I ask you all a favor? The three of them looked at me, concern clear on their faces. I inhaled to steady myself, then spoke. Can you put poison in his drink tonight? No lights in the living room. Everyone should be zonked out by this hour. Conflicted, I glanced around the place that had been home for the last few months. Sorry, guys, but I really think my time here is up. Reluctantly, I pulled my phone out of my jacket pocket. After only a quick second of hesitation, I dialed a familiar number.
ああ、じいさん。定期の報告、ちょい早めに行くわ。
Hey, Gramps, it's me. I figured I'd give you my regular report a little early this
つい
time.
でに話があってな。
There's something we gotta talk about. There was no turning back now. Dun dun. Dun dun. I was startled awake by a noise. No, you should have been in his bed. He's back. I staked out the living room, sitting quietly with the lights off. When Taiga saw the dark house, he surely believed that everyone had gone to bed. I heard his footsteps creak up the second floor.
やっと話ができる
He
わ
just waited in his room. Now we can finally talk in peace. I asked an enormous favor of the other three in having them all stay at a hotel for the night. I even sent Kasuga back to the Kamakura estate. Right now, Taiga and I were alone in this house. And you could have been in his bed. What are you trying to do to him? I quietly walked up to his room. I raised my hand to knock, but then paused. The sound of someone rummaging through something came from the inside this room. What's he doing? I raised my hand to knock again. I know he's not going to be happy to see me. Why bother trying to be polite at this point? I lowered my hand, grabbed the doorknob, and mustered all my determination as I pushed it open. Definitely gave it in looked like a pool. What is all this? I was frozen in place by the sight that greeted me. The suitcases sitting in the middle of the floor, the clothing and belongings strewn around them. It's almost as
タイ
if
ガさん何をしてるの
Taika, what are you doing?
これが衣替えに見えんのか？荷造りだよ、荷造り。
What does it look like? I'm packing up, that's what I'm doing. Taika didn't seem surprised that I'd walked into his room without knocking. He kept bustling about, tossing things into the suitcases.
それはわかるけど
I see that much, but a cold bead of sweat trailed down my spine. It was starting to look the worst possible scenario, but indeed reality. I desperately tried to
ど
ignore it.
こかに出かけるの
Are you going somewhere?
ああ、まあな。
You could say that.
そうでもすぐ帰ってくるんでしょ
You'll be back soon, right? He didn't answer. He simply kept stuffing more belongings into his suitcase, which were almost full. He then casually tossed his passport onto the pile of clothes in one suitcase. Don't put it in a suitcase, guys. Don't put your passport in a suitcase. Then you have to open the suitcase to get your passport out. You keep that on you. I could no longer turn away from the truth. Taiga was leaving. All the blood drained from my face as that realization sunk in.
よしっと。そんじゃ行く。
That's the last of it. Off I go then. Taiga snapped his suitcase closed, then casually hefted it and headed for the door. I jolted forward and grabbed his arm.
待って
Wait!
悪いな、お嬢。時間ねえから。
Sorry, babe. I don't have time to wait around.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry.
は
I cut off Taiga's words with a blurted apology that got him to look at me, eyebrows raised in confusion. Taking advantage of the moment, I let the words pour out of me.
わからないのどうしてあなたが突然あんなことを言ったのか
I'm just so confused. Why would you say that at dinner? Why now? Why so sudden?
いや、それでなんでお嬢が謝る？
I get your confusion, but why are you
お
apologizing?
願い答えを教えて
Just answer me.
答え？
Answer?
何か狙いがあったんでしょあの行動もいつもみたいに私に何か教えようとしてくれてたんでしょ
You had a reason for it. You're trying to teach me something through your actions, just like you always do.
あ？
あれからたくさん考えたの何が悪かったんだろうって私のどこが間違ってたんだろうって
I've been thinking about it nonstop. What did I do wrong? Where did I make a
で
mistake?
もわからなかったどうしてもわからなかった
I couldn't figure it out no matter how hard I try. I just couldn't.
お嬢。
Babe.
私の何がそんなにいけなかったのお願いだから教えてタイガさん
What did I do wrong? What did I do? Taiga, tell me.
答えなんか、そんなもんどこにもねえよ。
Babe, you did nothing wrong.
前にも言ったろ。お嬢は俺のこと買いかぶりすぎだって。
I told you before, your opinion of me is way too high.
狙い？そんなもんあるか。俺はただビビっちまっただけだ。
I don't have a reason. My feet are so cold they may as well be blocks of ice. I was still clutching to Taiga's arm and he reached over to put his hand on mine.
俺を信じすぎて、俺のことを何でもできるヒーローみたいに思い込んでるお嬢を見てると。
When I look at you and see how much faith you put in me and how You see me as some kind of superhero who can accomplish anything.
うすら寒くなるんだよ。本当の俺はお嬢が思うほど大したやつじゃねえって。
It makes me ill. I'm not that amazing guy you think that I am. Not even close.
そんなタイガさんは
Taiga!
頼むからもう勘弁してくれ。
Babe, just leave me be. His hand slowly closed over mine and he started peeling my fingers off his arm.
今はわかんねえかもしれないけど、こうなったら俺が消えるのが一番いい。
I know you don't get it right now, but trust me, it's best I hit the
攻
road.
略宣言も撤回だ。お嬢の気持ちをもてあそぶような真似して本当に悪かった。ごめん。
I take back what I said about competing for your attention. I basically toyed with your feelings, and all I can do is apologize for that. I'm sorry. For an instant, our eyes met. His glance pleading with mine, but it held something back.
じゃあな。
See ya. Don't just let him walk out of there. You're not done. Taiga's fading footsteps sounded disturbingly casual as he was just going to the store. I couldn't move. I feel like I'd been planted on the spot. What am I gonna do? Taiga was leaving. He was walking away. Probably for good. What can I possibly do? I might never see him again. My body was stiff from shock, but the moment that thought wormed its way into my heart, I felt a shudder run through me.
こんなことしてる場合じゃない。
Girl found her resolve a little late there. I just can't sit here.
Taiga-san!
He walked out the door, girl. Taiga! I dashed down the stairs and ran to the door, but my mind was empty, save for my determination to find him. Wait! The thought that he might hate me for stopping his paled in comparison to the fear I've never seen him again. So I ran, my hand stretched out towards him.
お嬢。
行かないで。
Babe.
だから。
Don't go, please. He's not saying babe, by the way. They just chose to translate it like that. He looks like a rock star. I slammed into Taiga's back and wrapped my arms around him, clinging as hard as I could. I was too desperate to worry about how desperate I looked.
らしくねえことすんなよ。出ていく男にすがるなんてお嬢には似合わねえだろう。
Babe, it's not like you to fling yourself at a man. Come on, you've got more dignity than that, don't ya? I knew that. I knew full well that my actions were pathetic, but...
今話したらもう会えなくなる。かっこつけてる場合じゃないでしょ。
If I let go, I'll never see you again. I can't afford to worry about others like what others
私
think.
にはタイガさんが必要なの。
I
前
need
にも言
you.
ったでしょ。婚約とか関係なく、私はあなたをスカウトしたいんだって。
I told you before, marriage withstanding, I need you to stay with me and put your talents to good use. Babe. Taiga sighed. His voice sounded tired, like he had given up on something. I kept pushing desperately, trying to demonstrate that my feelings were
タイガ
genuine.
さんが見せてくれる世界も、指摘してくれる言葉も、私には新鮮で刺激的で。
The new worlds that you show me, the advice that you give me, it's all so different and fascinating.
でも、それに触れるたび、今の自分がどれだけ狭い世界で生きているか。
Every time you show me something new, I remember that I grew up in such a terribly small and narrow world.
私にはまだ足りないものがたくさんあるって気づかせてくれたのは
You're the
タ
one
イ
who
ガさ
made
んなの
me...
よ。
Sorry, she was not done. You're the one who made me aware of how much life experience I still lack, Taiga.
だからお願い。未熟なところはちゃんと直すわ。タイガさんが言ってくれたら全部。
I promise I'll fix all my flaws and weaknesses. If you tell me that I need to improve in any area, I'll commit myself to getting better.
私にとってあなたはそれくらい信頼できる人なのよ。
I trust you that much. I know my faith is in you isn't misplaced. I tightened my grip. Taiga said nothing. He didn't so much as twitch. After a long moment of silence.
それがきついんだよ。
That makes all of this so hard, babe.
俺の言うことなんて気にしなくていい。お嬢はお嬢らしくいてほしい。
Don't put so much weight into the crap that spews out of my pie hole. You need to focus on being you.
タイガさん。
Taiga?
俺の何気ない一言でお嬢が簡単に変わろうとするのが怖いんだよ。
I run my mouth about whatever dumb junk pops into my mind, but then you take it seriously and start trying to change yourself. To be honest, that's scary.
悪いな、こんな情けねえ男でさ。だから見逃してくれよ。このまま行かせてくれ。
I'm pathetic, and I'm a bad influence. Could you just let me leave? I need to walk away. Please. Taiga's voice was weak and powerless. It sounded like his spark for life had been snuffed out. I said,
メモりました。字汚いけど。
I don't know, I like them pathetic and bad influences.
らしくないのはあなたの方でしょ。
You said I wasn't being myself, but honestly, you're the one putting on an act.
さっきからタイガさんが何を言おうとしてるのか私には全然わからない。
You said a bunch of things, but I still haven't the faintest idea about the point you're trying to make.
私が変わるのが嫌。私はただもっと成長したいだけ。早く大人になりたいだけ。
You're scared that I'm changing? I'm just trying to mature. What's so frightening about me growing as a person?
飲みにするなとか買いかぶるなとかタイガさんは言うけど。
You say I put too much stock into your talents and that I cling to your every
信
word.
じたいと思った人の言葉を大事にすることの何が悪いの？
What's wrong with me paying mind to the words of someone I trust? My voice trailed off into the broken-hearted wells as my grip on him tightened. But he still had his back to me. I couldn't see his reaction. All I could do was hold him tight and pray that I'd gotten through to him.
私だってタイガさんにはタイガさんらしくいてほしい。
I want you to be yourself too, Taiga.
ねえ、私どうすればいいの？
What do I have to do to make you stay? Taiga laid his hand gently over mine. He's gonna pry me off again. The warmth of his hand was distressingly familiar. His touched my hand the same way not long
俺が
ago.
俺らしくいるためにここを出ていくんだよ。
I want to be me too, babe, and that's why I have to take
だか
off.
ら分かってくれ。
You have to understand. His hands peeled my arms away from him. The softness of his touch was cruel. I almost would have preferred for him to slap my hands away. I stood there unable to say a word. He turned and gave me a bright
お嬢な
smile.
ら俺がいなくたって大丈夫だ。あいつらもいるしな。
That's a
今は
Chucky
寂しくても
smile. That's
そ
a
のうちま
fake
たすぐ
smile.
騒がしくなるぜ。
Don't worry, babe. You'll do just fine without me around. You might miss me at first, but things will look sunnier before long, trust me. That was no consolation at all. If Taiga is gone, then when I tried to finish that thought, I felt a thick fog roll over my mind. Dazed, I gave immediate voice to the first thought that managed to break through.
ねえ、タイガさん、
Taiga,
あ？
ロサリオはくれるって約束したでしょ。
what about my rosary? You promised you'd get one for me. I was well aware the rosary was barely relevant at this point, but I was desperate, and it was the last thing I could think of that might make him turn around.
ああ、シスターに伝えといた。用意できたら届けてくれると思うぜ。
You'll get it. I'll let sister know. She'll have it delivered to you once it's done. Sister would deliver it, not Taiga. He wouldn't even give me the rosary. Is this really the end?
そんじゃ、元気でな。
So yeah, that's that. Take care. Ta-ta. Wait. The words came out my throat but stopped at my lips. My mouth wouldn't open to let them out. I felt myself go numb and cold as I helplessly watched him walk away. Say what you say. Say it, say it. Like, man. He's being a real meanie. The morning after Taiga's departure, I was still stunned by what happened. I could barely make myself move as much as a finger. My body won't listen to me at all. A corner of my mind whispered that it was time to get up and start the day, but I couldn't move. I lacked any kind of strength. My eyes wouldn't focus. My brain was offline.
お嬢様、おはようございます。そろそろ朝食を召し上がりませんと。
Good morning, Miss Leah. If we don't come to breakfast soon, we may find ourselves pressed for time.
お嬢様。
Miss Leah. I summoned all my strength and managed to mumble a reply to Kasuga beyond the
な
door.
んだかすごく疲れてて。
I'm too tired.
お加減が悪いのですか？
Are you feeling well, miss?
うん。
Mm-hmm. Squeezing out even that much of an answer was exhausting. I lay still and stared dazed at the ceiling as Kasuga's calm voice drifted towards
今日は
me.
学校をお休みしましょう。連絡を入れておきますよ。
I suggest you take the day off from school. I'll call to let them know you will be
いい
absent.
の？
I can.
ええ。ですから、ゆっくりお休みになってください。
Please rest for as long as you need, miss. I closed my eyes as I listened to his footsteps fade away. I should sleep. Maybe I'll feel better if I nap for a little longer.
それが俺の
We don't do flashbacks.
So-
I still don't do flashbacks. I can't go back to sleep. I tossed and turned in my bed for a time. Eventually, I mustered my energy and forced myself to sit up.
おいなゆた、そこじゃダメだ。こ
Not
っ
a
ちに
no.
置け。
Not there. Put it over here.
でもここに置いた方が目立つと思うんですけ
I
ど。
think it'll stand out way better if it's
う
here.
ん目立つには目立つだろうけど、はっきり言うと
It will
邪魔
stand
だね。
out, yes, but to be honest, it's absolutely in the way.
とりあえず主張が激しすぎるから奥に隠しておこう。それを出すのは様子を見てからだ。
And it's sorry an attention grabber. I say we put it somewhere in an out of the way corner. We can bring it out once we see her how she's doing.
はーい。
Okay.
とにかく今は彼女の気が紛れるように僕たちがフォローしないとね。
For now, our main focus should be on doing what we can to take her mind off of her
Ah.
troubles.
間違っても奴のことを思い出させないように。
No matter what you do, do not mention his name. It's forbidden. You remember? Got it. What in the world are they doing? I disinterestedly wondered about their antics as I blobbed into the living room.
お嬢さん。
Leah!
もう起きて大丈夫なの？
Sure you should be
体調は
up? How are you feeling?
心配していたんだ。ゆっくり眠れたかい？
I've been worried about you. How did you sleep last night, girl? Tell me the deeds.
ええ、もう10時過ぎなのね。朝ごはん食べられなくてごめんなさい。
I'm fine. It's already past 10. I'm sorry I wasn't awake in time for breakfast.
いいんだそんなこと。君の体調が一番だからね。
No, it's fine. I don't mind. Right now, your health is what matters most. Ichiya and Shion looked at me with concern. I managed to muster a small smile and after them when suddenly Nadata scampered into the room and made a beeline right for
お
me.
嬢さん、心配してたんですよ。昨日はタイガさんのせいで。
I was so worried after what that stupid Taiga did last night.
な言った。
Nadata?
なんでもないです。
Pretend I didn't say anything. Kasuga, he must have told them everything. They already knew that Taiga had left. Oh well, I feel a little better knowing I don't have to be the one to break the news.
寝てなくていいの？まだ顔色が良くないよ。
You sure you don't want to get more rest? You look ghastly, pal.
眠れなくて
You look like trash. You want to take a nap?
余計なことばかり考えちゃうから。
I can't sleep. When I close my eyes, I can't help but think about things I'd rather not think about.
ならここで休んでいるとい
Did I
い。
press A? Wait.
きっと少しは気が紛れるよ。
I pressed A, but it didn't look like it changed my bed. All three of them looked at me, concern written over their faces. Then you can relax down here. I'm sure we'll manage to cheer you up a little.
そうだね。お茶でも飲んで、ゆっくりおしゃべりでもしようか。
That sounds lovely. Why don't we enjoy some tea and a leisurely chat together? Okay.
賛成です。はい、
I
こ
agree
こ座
here.
ってください。
Have a seat.
ありがとう。
Thank you. I followed his gesture and sat down on a corner of the sofa. I picked up a cushion and held it. Nice. Road Riders, magazine for the hardcore motorcyclist. An in-depth look at the newest of on-road models. He waggled his hand at me again, indicating I should wait a minute. Then he dashed off again. After he left, Itchy and Shion shuttled onto the sofa, bookending between me.
春日君が君が起きてきたら何か食べさせてくれと言っていたけど、食欲は？
Kasuga said you should eat something once you get up. Are you hungry?
ない。
No.
いや、いいんだ。もし少しでも食べられそうになったらいつでも言ってくれていいからね。
It's okay, there's no rush, but let me know when you feel like you can eat something, even if it's something small, okay?
小鳥ちゃんはいつも頑張ってるから、たまには身も心もお休みしたらいいよ。僕とのんびりダラダラしよう。
You always work yourself so hard. You ought to take time off once in a while to let your body and soul recover. Why not relax with me for a bit?
だらだ
Relax?
少しくらい行儀が悪くてもみんな気にしないから。ね。
No one will mind if you loosen up on your manners, okay? While I felt guilty that I was making them all so concerned, I really, really wanted to give in and indulge in their kindness. That desire dazedly overtook me when suddenly I noticed something out of the corner of my
マ
eye.
グカップ。
That mug.
マグカップがどうかしたのかい？
What about it?
タイガさんの。
It's Taiga's.
いや、似てるけど違うんじゃないかな。ほら、絵柄も大きさも。
No! It looks like the one he used, but it's actually different. Here, see? The design on my cup isn't quite the same size.
ううん。これは彼が使ってた。
No, that's the one he used.
てい
Never existed.
マグカップなんて最初からなかったんだよ。
Mug? Well, I've never seen a mug in my life.
そうね。
I suppose.
ねえ、あそこにある雑誌。
That magazine over there.
ああ、バイク雑誌？
This, my motorcycle
タ
magazine.
イガさんがよく。
Taiga used to read that.
えい。見間違いじゃないかな。バイク雑誌なんてどこにもないよ。
We're just slowly. You've been seeing things. There isn't a motorcycle magazine to be found within 50 miles of this house.
そうよね。
That flan
こ
cup.
のタイガさんが名前を。
It's like the one Taiga wrote his name on.
これはタイガのじゃないから。
This is not Taiga's flan.
そう。
Oh.
お待たせしました。
It's covered in tags that say, May Taiga come back soon. I'm sorry to make you
お
wait.
嬢さん、お嬢さん。そろそろクリスマスですよ。これ見てテンション上げましょう。
Look, look, it's a Christmas tree. Come, look at this. I'm sure it'll make you
ク
happier.
リスマス。
Christmas.
ほら、見てください。すっごく立派なツリーですよね。
It's an amazing Christmas tree. Christmas is
まだ
almost
ちゃんと飾
here.
り付けできてないから後で見せようと思ったんだけど。
It isn't properly decorated, so I thought we'd wait to show you.
勝手なことをしてごめん。よかったら一緒に飾り付けをしてみないかい？
We didn't discuss getting one with you beforehand, but if you like, we can decorate it together.
いいですね。あ、じゃあこれに書いてください。
Here, you can read on these paper strips.
クリスマスツリーに。
Put on the Christmas
これ
tree.
もお嬢さんの力になりたくていっぱいお願いしたんです。今一番必要なものを書きました。
I want to do everything I can to help you, Leah, so I made a lot of wishes. Here, I just wrote down what I think you need the most.
私の。
What I need most. I moved closer to the tree and peered at one of the paper strips hanging on it. Written on the underside was,
タイガさんが早く帰ってきますように。
May Taiga come back soon.
なゆた
Narita!
ごめんなさい。
Sorry!
騒がしかった。
I tried to sigh and I started to yawn. Oh gosh. Goodness, talk about a circus. Even after that, the three of them kept trying to turn the topic away from Taiga. Their attempts failed in increasingly spectacular ways. Eventually, I became so enthralled by their frantic energy that I stopped thinking about him.
少し気が紛れたかも。
I feel a little bit better. They were still depressed at their dismissal failures, however. Maybe after they lighten up a little, maybe I'll tell them they'd been big help.
私です。入ってもよろしいですか？
It's me, miss. May I come in?
春日？ええ、大丈夫よ。
Kasuga, yes, you may.
顔色は少し良くなりましたね。安心しました。
Good. I'm relieved to see that some of your color has
そ
returned.
う。
It has.
ええ。皆様は元気が有り余っていますから、もう少し分けていただけばちょうどいいかと。
The others still seem to have more energy than they know what to do with. Perhaps you might allow them to share some of their gusto with you.
そうね。少し疲れちゃったから、また後で下に行くわ。
Maybe later. I feel a little tired right now. It's been a long day of not thinking about Taiga. If I was being honest, I found too many things. That's a button. Things that reminded me of Taiga down in the living area. Seeing them made my heart ache. The others must have known how I felt. That's why they'd been in such a hurry to clean everything up.
イスルギ様のことですが、
In regards to Mr. Asurigi,
この家を出た後、大旦那様のところに顔を出し、正式に監視役を降りられたそうです。
I was informed that after he left, he visited the master in Kamakura and formally resigned from his observer position.
そう。おじい様は何か？
Did Grandpa say anything to him?
いいえ、特には。やる気のない人間に対しては、非常にドライな方
Not
ですので。
much. He has never had much time for people who lack motivation.
でも、おじい様だってタイガさんのことは認めていたし。
I thought he had a great deal of respect for Taiga's talents.
馬があったのは事実でしょうが、友人と仕事相手は別ですよ。
I'm certain the two of them get along quite well. However, friends and business associates are two different things. Kasuga was right, of course, but a part of me desperately wanted to think that couldn't be the case. I'm sure Taiga must be very important to grandfather
じい
too.
様と直接お話できない？
Do you think I could speak to grandfather?
この時期は大変ご多忙でいらっしゃると伺っております。ご要望はお伝えしますが、難しいのではないかと。
I've been informed he's extremely busy at this time of year. I can certainly pass along your request, but I cannot promise it'll be granted. I at least wanted to know what he had said to Taiga if I could learn that much.
お嬢様は、イスルギ様のことを大変買っていらっしゃったようですが、
I'm aware you thought very highly of Mr. Isorigi.
どんな事情であれ、与えられた役目を勝手に放棄して逃げ出すというのは、あまり褒められたことではありませんね。
No matter the circumstances, abandoning one's given duty and running away is not commendable behavior. Yes. There's an Alice in Wonderland collection. Okay. I couldn't be right. It simply couldn't. Taiga had to have some reason, a good one. I almost gave voice to my thoughts, but instead I closed my mouth and slumped in silent defeat.
ご報告は以上です。あとはごゆっくりお休みください。
Close my... That is all I have to report, miss. Please have a relaxing
必
evening.
要なものがありましたらお呼びを。では、失礼いたします。
If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me. Now then, good night. Good night or goodbye? Wait, did I see that? No, good night. It's night? I suppose I can take that to mean that he doesn't know where Taiga is now. Rude. Hang on, I have a thing I have to show my sister. Or did he know and had no intentions of telling me the entire? That's entirely possible. Oh, calm down, calm down. If Grandfather Akasaka truly wanted to track Taiga, they had all the necessary resources to find him anytime,
でも
anywhere.
なんとか聞き出せれば会って話すことくらい。
But if we can't find some way to convince them to tell me, then maybe I could ask him to talk. Hear me out. Hear me out. I froze mid-sentence. Yeah, about that. Like, if he's not talking, you have issues already. Everything's freezing. Okay, hang on. I did it. I can't believe that was dead quiet when I did that. Okay. Of course, there wouldn't be music when I'm trying to take a screenshot of something to show my sister. I froze mid-sentence. He's dead. Talk to him about what? I remembered how he walked away without looking back even once. Another wave of depression washed over me. I didn't want things to end like this. That's at least true. But I didn't have the first idea about what I could say or do to convince him to return. I didn't understand him well enough. Dull pain began to throb behind my temples. I sank onto the sofa and eased my eyes shut. I felt like I might be able to sleep this time without being tormented by bad dreams, though given my exhaustion, that wasn't surprising. Nice.
あれは相当落ち込んでいるね。まあ無理もないか。
She's beyond depressed, and it's not hard to see the reason why.
俺辛くて見てられないです。お嬢さんが元気を出す方法何かないですか？
It hurts my heart to see her. I can hardly stand it. Isn't there anything we can do to help Leah cheer up again?
それはやっぱり
I'm afraid there's only one thing I can think of.
タイガしかいない。
Taiga's the only answer, huh?
まったく彼女をあんなに悲しませて何を考えているんだあの男は。
It's like the opposite of Taeyang's I need a girl. It's like I need a boy. Like, what was that man thinking? Just running off like a thief in the night and breaking her poor heart? Like a thief in the night, like a man on a run.
もうこうなったら俺たちでタイガさんを探しましょうよ。
I say we go out and look for him ourselves.
俺タイガさんが行きそうなところ片っ端から当たってみます。
I'll go and check every single place I can think of where Taiga might be holed up.
なら俺も車を出そう。
I could bring the car around and drive you.
僕も人探しが得意な友人がいるけど
A friend of mine is quite good at finding people.
もしちゃんと見つけたら帰ってきてくれますよね、タイガさん。
If we do find him, he'll come back with us quietly, right?
どうかな。あの様子だったしね。
I wouldn't bet on it, given how he left.
しかし何もせずに座っているよりはマシだろう。この状況をタイガに伝えるだけでもいい。
It's better than sitting around here twiddling our thumbs. We could at least let him know how she's feeling.
そうだね。それでタイガがどう動くのか、小鳥ちゃんがどうするのかは。
What Taiga does afterwards and how Leah chooses to respond, that will be up to them.
二人次第だな。
We'll leave it in their hands. broken hero.
ラビーいらっしゃい。
The wrong button.
36度4分。一応平熱
Oh, did she have a real fever? That's wild. 97.5. My fever's gone at least. I looked at the thermometer after inside. The day after I played hooky from school, I developed a real fever and spent the day abed. It was a bit pathetic. It started going back down as early as last night, but my condition concerned the others. I suppose you really can worry yourself sick.
起きていらっしゃいますか？
Are you awake, miss?
ええ、ちょっと待って。
Yes, give me a moment. I straightened my clothes and fixed my hair, then opened my room door.
熱はいかがです？
How's your fever doing? I handed Kasuga the thermometer. He looked at it and let out a sigh of relief.
どうやら完全に熱は引いたようですね。安心いたしました。
Good, your fever has completely subsided. I feel much better now.
学校はどうされますか？この分なら登校
What
に
shall
支
you
障
do
はなさ
about
そうですが
school? You seem to have, I hit the computer table. You seem to have recovered enough to attend it if you choose. I knew that I ought to go, but for some reason I really didn't feel like it. I also knew that this behavior was very unlike him. Kasuga stood quietly, patiently waiting for my answer. A part of me wished he would scold me and give me the probing that I needed. In these situations, Kasuga never spoiled
熱
me.
も下がったし。
My fever's gone. I had to work to get the words out. I couldn't find the energy to say anything else.
ああ、そういえばお伝えするのを忘れておりました。
Come to think of it, there's news I almost forgot to mention. News?
本日の午後、予定のキャンセルがあり、大旦那様に2時間ほどオフができるとか。
There was a cancellation in the master's schedule today, freeing up 2 hours of his time.
どうしてもお会いしたいのでしたら、アポイントをお取りいたします。学校はお休みになりますが。
If you wish to see him, I could attempt to make an appointment. It would, however, mean you'd need to take today off from
お
school.
願い。
Please,
かしこまりました。
as you wish. Kasuga nodded, his expression perfectly neutral, but as he walked out the room, I caught a glance of him that clearly said, just this once. I promise I'll be back to myself tomorrow. I hurriedly got myself ready, my eyes constantly darting to the door. I love it. I love it. I know everyone's like, get ready. Kasuga's gonna be trash. You're gonna hate Kasuga. Well, they have not done it yet. Has he been bad sometimes? Sure.
大旦那様は応接までお待ちのようです。
The master awaits you in the
お話
reception
の
room.
間、所要を片付けてまいりますので、
While you have
終
your
わりま
meeting,
したらご連絡ください。
I'll attend to a few matters here. Please call me when you're
わかっ
finished.
た。
Okay. I swallowed hard as I left Kasuga and made my way to the reception room. Imagine having to make an appointment to see your grandpapa.
まったくつまらんの。
What an utter disappointment. After we exchanged our traditional glares, grandfather sighed and launched into a long complaint
次
session.
にお前たちが来るときは正式な婚約の報告だと思っておったぞ。
Here, I hope the next time I got to see you, it would be to hear
それ
about
が
your
どうしてこうなるのじゃ。
formalized engagement. How in the world did everything go wrong? That's what I'd like to know. I reined in my annoyance and bit my smile as I looked down at my hands in my lap.
春日から聞いておるじゃろうが、タイガはわしに監視役の務めを降りると申し出てきた。
I'm sure Kasuga's already informed you, but Taiga visited me and formally announced his decision to step down from his position as your observer.
タイガさんはなんて。
Did he say anything else?
他の候補者たちに自分が監視役だとばらすことになったところまで一
I
連
heard
の
the
事情
gist
は聞いておる。
of events up until the point where he had to tell the others he was an
あ
observer.
やつにしては下手を打ったものじゃと思ったが、まあ致し方なかろう。
It struck me as an unusual amateurish move. He usually is far more clever than that.
監視役としてではなく、本物の花婿候補として居残る道も一応進めてはみたが、
I did at least suggest that he stay as a real
断りお
suitor.
った。
but he refused.
自分には荷が重いとそう言っておったよ。
He told me it was too much of a burden for him to
わ
bear.
からないんです。
I don't understand.
どれだけ考えてもタイガさんがなぜ出ていかなきゃならなかったのか。どうして急にあんな。
I've thought about it over and over, but I simply can't figure out why Taiga had to leave and why so suddenly.
荷が重いってやっぱり私に呆れたってこと？
If he said it was too much of a burden, does that mean he got fed up with me? The last thing I wanted was for grandfather to think I was whining. But his words about Taiga reached into my chest and squeezed my heart like a vice. I couldn't control the emotions in my voice.
小娘、お前から見てタイガはどんな男じゃ。
Leah, what sort of man do you think Taiga is? I looked up in surprise. Grandfather's calm, quiet eyes watched me. It was not an ideal
タイガさ
question.
んは
Taiga is an asshole.
強い人。いつも強気で揺るがなくて。
He's a strong man. He's unwaveringly confident in both his deeds and
見る目が
actions.
あって、実はすごく賢くて、背中を押してくれるのがうまくて。
He has a keen eye and is surprisingly wise. He's good at pushing me when I need to leave my comfort
い
zone.
つだってタイガさんの言うことならきっと正しいって思わせてくれる。
He makes it easy for me to believe that everything he says and does has a purpose.
だからそばにいてほしかった。
That's why I wanted him to
おじいさ
stay.
まも同じでしょ？
You feel the same way, right?
さて、どうかの。
That is a fine question. He said nothing to either support or dismiss my idea of Taiga as a person. Instead, he started to tell me his own story about
タイガ
Taiga.
はの子供の頃から独立心が強かった。
Taiga's been always fiercely independent since he was a boy. His eyes looked distant as he recalled his old
施
memories.
設出身ともなれば偏見の目からは逃れられないこともある。その中でもあやつは同情されるのが一番嫌いでの。
Being from an orphanage, he quickly learned that people had their own preconceived notions about him. Above all else, he hated being pitied.
親がいないからできない、かわいそうと言われるのが納得いかんと言っとった。
It infuriated him to no end when others said, "You poor boy, you'll never have a full life without parents."
やろうと思えば何でもできる。むしろ親がいない分、自分は自由なんだと言いよって
He
な。
told me he could do anything he put his mind to. He said that having no parents meant he was, in fact, that much freer to be himself. Grandfather's expression grew wistful as he talked about Taiga's childhood. Taiga wasn't omnipotent, of course. Like anyone, he was good at things and not at others. He understood as much. But he always said that if he decided he was going to put an effort into doing something seriously, he would start at the same spot as any child with parents. Basically, he didn't want to use his status as an orphan as an excuse for not being able to get ahead in life. It sounds like he had a lot of pride even back
タ
then.
イガの言ったことは一つの真理じゃ。その信念は間違っておらんし、わしもそういう生意気さを気に入っとった。
Taiga had a very good point. There was nothing wrong with his beliefs. And I must admit I was entertained by his cheeky nature.
それでもな、やはり成長すればいろんなものが見えてくるものじゃ。社会の仕組みや己の限界もな。
As you grow older, you learn more about the world. You start to learn things like how society works and your own limits as a person. Did
何
something
かあったんですか？
happen?
ある時、タイガはわしを訪ねてこんなことを聞いてきた。
During one of his visits with me, he asked me a
施
question.
設の子供たち全員に何不自由ない暮らしをさせてやるにはどれだけの金が必要なのかとな。
He wanted to know how much it would cost for the children at the orphanage to grow up in luxury.
あやつは情に熱い男じゃからの。 生まれ育った施設に恩返しするのを一つの目標にしとったんじゃ。
You may not believe it, but he's quite sentimental. He lives to repay the orphanage for raising him.
面倒見のいいタイガは施設の子供たちのちょっとしたヒーローじゃった。今思えばそれが悪かったんじゃろうな。
Taiga became somewhat of a hero to the kids living there. Looking back, that might not have been
子
wise.
供たちにこんなことをしてやりたい。施設にあんな設備があったらと、タイガは嬉しそうに語ってな。
Taiga talked excitedly about the things he wanted the children to be able to do and the facilities that could be added to the orphanage.
あやつの頭には、タイガ兄ちゃんすごいと、はしゃぐ子供たちの笑顔が浮かんでおったんじゃろう。
I'm certain he held on to a vision of the kids at the orphanage beaming and exclaiming how cool their big brother Taiga was.
それでも、だからこそ、わしは友人として厳しい現実を突きつけるしかなかった。
It wasn't pleasant, but I had no choice but to bring Taiga's dreams back down to earth.
黙って聞いておったよ。
He listened quietly as I spoke.
そんなことが。
When Taiga rejected my suggestion the other day, did he effectively tell me the same thing grandfather once told him? If that was the case, I must have looked like a clueless child while paddling on about my ideals. He had to be told it too. It's fine. You knew. He knew because he was told, and now you knew too. Thinking back on that moment, Taiga's face had been a mask of mixed emotions. He didn't say it out loud, but did my enthusiasm remind him of his past self?
あの時わしが言ったことが間違いじゃったとは思わん。
Even now, I stand by my word. It was the right thing to say, even if it hurt.
それでもな、小娘。
It's
わし
possible
はあの
that
時、タイガの心の脆いところを打ち砕いてしまったのかもしれん。
it's possible I unintentionally shattered something hopeful in his heart that
タ
day.
イガは自分の甘さに気づき、限界を知り、それでも諦めることができなくて、ずいぶん苦しんだようじゃ。
He learned that he had been naive, that even he had limits, but he couldn't give up on his dream regardless. I'm sure that caused him a lot of pain and frustration.
タイガがギャンブルをするようになったのも、おそらくそれが原因だったんじゃろう。
He started gambling shortly thereafter. I wonder if our conversation was the spark. What?
コツコツ地道に稼いだ金では、タイガの叶えたい夢は果たせぬ。それが現実だと、あやつは思い知った。
Even if he diligently saved up money working at the normal job, he wouldn't earn nearly enough to make his dream come true. Taiga knew by the end that life is
それ
unkind.
でも夢を捨てることもできず、悪あがきのつもりで運にかけとるんじゃ。半分は自虐じゃろうがな。
He couldn't set his vision aside. Instead, he chose to rely on Lady Luck for one final fruitless time. I suspect he just intended on torturing himself.
どうせかけるんだったら、それこそい
He made it sound like a joke, but in reality,
もしそれで大金。
そうだな。
he had actually been trying to justify clinging to his impossible dream. And if he marries you, he can do it. Win-win. The longer I listened to grandfather talk about Taiga, the more his words started to ring with a disturbing familiar tone. Looking back on how I
いつも
acted,
強気で揺るがない。見る目もあって賢く、頼りがいがあり、正しく導いてくれるか。
you say Taiga's a strong, unwavering, competent, wise, reliable, keen-eyed. You said that he's the kind of person who you trust to steer you in the right. He looked at me with calm eyes, but there was a flicker of severity in his depths of that gaze.
確かにそれもタイガの一面じゃろうな。間違ってはおらん。
I will not deny that he is indeed all of those things, but that's just one side of his personality.
だがのう小娘。もしそれが お前の思う大河のすべてなら施設の子供たちと変わらぬぞ。
Leah, if that is all Taiga is to you, then you're no different than the starry-eyed orphans who think their big brother can do no wrong.
あやつはかっこつけじゃからな。期待されると答えずにはいられん。
He's a terrific show-off after all. He can't help but try to outdo the expectations people put on
わ
him.
しの言いたいことは
Do you understand what I'm trying to get at? Shame burned at the back of my throat. Finally, I realized what I had done.
大丈夫。忘れないから。
I don't actually know what she had done. What did she do? The take advantage of him? Nope, that's a defense. That's a defense. I had taken advantage of him unfairly, very unfairly.
恋の行方は君次第だよ。
That's apparently the wrong answer. We're gonna do the other answer. I had stressed Taiga out beyond his normal limits. I had pushed him to the breaking point.
俺を信じすぎて、俺のことを何でもできるヒーローみたいにうすら寒くなるんだよ。本当の俺を
そんな。
頼むから。
Oh, thank you. Every time I complimented him, he brushed it off while looking uncomfortable. I thought he was simply being humble. So humble. After all, I convinced myself that he was practically invincible. He knew things I didn't. I had talents that he had talents I could never dream of mastering. He was, to put it simply, a superhero. Or at the very least, I looked up to him as that kind of bland adulteration that I'd probably give to a superhero. I've been handed French toast, but it's full. And it means I have to cut it up to eat it. Oh gosh. Well, that's exciting. He wouldn't let me down. I told myself Taiga would always come through for me. I told myself he could do no wrong. I told myself he was the one.
それがきついんだよ。
That's why this is so hard, babe. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
俺のな。
Those quiet, pained words he had left me with were the absolute truth. That's right, I guess. I don't know. They were a whisper. They were a whispered scream. Taiga is a human, as anyone else. He's not invincible. You'd think that was obvious, but I shut my eyes and kept them shut. It's no wonder he ran away from me.
タイガがなぜお前の前から消えようと思ったか、もうわかるな。
You said you don't understand why Taiga left so suddenly. Are you starting to see now? Do you see now? Number 1 or number 2? Is it clear now? That's what I feel like. I lowered my gaze in shame. My hands, which rested on my knees, balled into fists, tight enough to leave nail marks on my palms that lasted for days. Funnily enough, I actually have some because I do usually sit like this. This is how I sit, my hands off screen, because I still have this showing so you can see the 9-hour piece shrine when I have it, but there are some indentions on my palm from that. I lowered my gaze in shame. I swallowed back tears, hard, and after a moment I gave a terse nod. That was all I could manage. Thank you for talking, Grandpa.
わしはこれ以上のヒントはやらん。タイガを連れ戻すための手も貸さん。
I'll offer you no more advice, and I will not help you bring Taiga back.
どうしても諦められんのなら、自分で何とかしてみせろ。
Okay, Grandpa, but like,
良いな。
this is all your fault anyways. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't invited him to come. Oh my god, the fork almost fell off the plate. Imagine. If you're serious about not giving up on him, you'll have to do this yourself. Do you understand? Grandfather's tone was severe, but it was not cruel. An unmistakable warmth radiated at its core, a warmth I only just noticed.
Hi.
Yes, sir. I bowed deeply to him, not simply out of propriety, but out of profound respect. And then I ran away. Nice. Feeble Complaints. Let's go. The day after I left the house, I got an appointment with Gramps and wandered up to the rambling Tojo mansion in Kamakura. I didn't know who was talking. I was so confused. I was like, what? I don't think I've ever come here feeling this downhearted. But I owe the old man an explanation.
待っておったぞ、タイガ。
Been waiting for you, Taiga.
お、じいさん、わざわざ門の前でお出迎えかよ。
Gramps, did you actually come to the gate just to wait for me?
お前が妙な時に来るからじゃ。重大な話なら出迎えくらいするわい。
Because your visits always have interesting timing, and it's important, of course, that I come out and receive you. Still sharp as a tack. Oh well, it worked out better this way anyways. I'll just hand it over while he's here. I stuck my hand in my pocket, fishing out what I wanted to give back to him. Back? Wait, back. Oh gosh, it's not cut. Hang on. As I did that, he turned his back to me and began walking towards the main house.
話もなんじゃ。茶でも飲んでいけ。
I won't keep you standing around in the cold. Why don't you come in and join me for some tea?
いや、ここでいい。さっさと話してかえ。
It's okay. Here's fine. I only got a quick thing I need to
いいから上がれ。
come in.
わかった。
Okay, okay, jeez. He's ticked off. I figured he might be. Now that I think about it, Kasuga probably clued him in on everything last night. Breaking her heart.
で、報告とは何じゃ。
So what is it you want to report?
まあ、連絡は入ってんだろうけど、俺、あの家を出てきた。
You've probably already been informed, but I'll confirm it. I left the house.
なんじゃと？
What? My brow knitted together in confusion. Why was he so surprised?
春日から聞いてねえのか？
Didn't Kasuga tell you?
そんな話は聞いておらん。あやつは小娘の味方ではあっても、
Oh.
わしの味方ではないからな。
Interesting. Explains why he wants to get Taiga out, because Taiga's friends with Takamoon. I've heard nothing of the sort from him. He may be Leah's close ally, but he is not an ally of mine.
それで、いつ出てきた
When
んだ？
did you leave?
昨日の夜だよ。で、今日はこれを返しに来た。
He's like, by the way, Gramps, your granddaughter? Trash. I cut the second half into smaller pieces. Those were kind of big bites. Last night I came by today to give this back to you. I took a credit card out of my pocket and put it on the table.
じいさんには悪いと思ってる。けど監視役はもう続けられねえ。当然、報酬も受け取れねえよ。
Sorry, Gramps. I can't keep being an observer for you anymore, and if I'm not working for you, I can't accept payment from you. Gramps looked at me, but he made no movement towards the card. I felt my palms start to
小
sweat.
娘から逃げてきよったな。
You've ran from Leah, haven't you? He nailed it without me having to say anything. I couldn't help but
一体
flinch.
何があった
What in the world happened? Tell me. Also, this is a terrible time to say this, but we own a bunch of bunny plates because it's a lifestyle. And we get them from Target every Easter, and I think we're up to 6. He was a man who could issue commands with a single glance. I couldn't hope to stand up to him. Besides, if that situation got much worse, it could spell the end of our friendship too. If this was indeed the end, at least I wanted it to be happy through the truth.
俺に覚悟がなかったってだけの話だ。
There's not much to tell. I just don't have the guts to handle this, that's all.
覚悟
The guts. I nodded and I started talking, telling him everything that happened. I held nothing back. Did you say what Casca
そう
said?
いうわけだ。期待に添えなくて悪かった。この通りだ。
Oh, got it, got it. And so I took off. Sorry I couldn't live up to your expectations, Gramps. Like I said, I just don't have the cojones. His long sigh told me just how disappointed he was. Pain stabbed at my chest, but I had no right to look away. All I could do was bow in apology.
話は分かった。その状況で監視役を続けることが不可能なこともな。
I understand what you're getting at. And you're right about one thing. It's not possible for you to remain in the role that you as an impartial
ならば
observer.
いっそ開き直って本物の花婿候補としてあの小娘をものにしてしまえばよかったのじゃ。
So want to say hell with it and stay on as one of her suitors. You may make a good couple.
小娘の気持ちはお前にあったのじゃろう。違うか、タイガ。
I know Leah has feelings for you. You know as much too. Don't deny it, Taiga. Come on, Taiga, admit it. Say it. I couldn't deny it. I couldn't bring myself to lie to him. Not here, not now.
俺には荷が重かったんだよ。
It was just too much for me.
お嬢は純粋だからさ。こんな俺のことは無敵のヒーローみたいに思ってんだ。なわけねえのにさ。
She's too innocent. She looked at me like I was some kind of infallible hero. I don't feel that description in the least.
今は舞い上がってるからいいけど、いつか気づく瞬間が必ず来るだろう。この男、実は大したことねえなって。
I don't know if we have variable miscommunication on here, but sometimes just talking can resolve some of your issues, guys. She's excited about me now, but reality would set in. She'd eventually realize that I'm not all that much to write home
ま
about.
だの恋愛ならそれでもいいが、お嬢は東条のご令嬢だからな。
Okay. So what you're saying is, it's because of who I am. It has nothing to do with that. You can't just talk to me because of who I am. If it was just a normal relationship, I'd find some way to make it work, but she's the Tojo family heir, my guy.
婚約だの結婚だの話が進んだ後に気づいたら悲劇だろう。だから俺が汚点になる前に消えようと。
What if she didn't figure out my feelings until the engagement went through? It'd be a hell of a tragedy. Best that I hit the road before I disgrace you all.
何をほざいとるのじゃ、この
What
バ
are
カ
you
者が。
babbling about, you absolute fool?
バカは元彼だ。これが本音なんだから仕方ねえだろ。
Ramps, I've always been a dull kid. I'm just telling you the absolute truth.
笑わせるなよ、タイガ。それのどこが本音じゃ。
Don't insult me by thinking I'm easy to trick. Your words don't reflect the absolute truth in the least.
何年の付き合いじゃと思うておる。いい加減腹を割らんか。
How long have we known each other? Stop giving me the runaround and tell me the real truth.
本音だっつってんだろ。
Is that a flashback? Sorry. I told you the truth.
タイガ。
Taiga. Damn it. What's this old man want out of me, huh? What's he trying to make me say? A nauseating combination of annoyance and pain started to eat away at what little confidence I had mustered.
小娘に
You have
惚れていたん
feelings
じゃろう。
for Leah.
ああ。お嬢はいい女だからな。
Yeah, she's a good woman.
お前のくだらん見栄のためにあっさり諦められる程度の思いか。
Those feelings are so shallow you discard them like rubbish to satisfy your empty vanity? How harsh. Empty vanity, eh? He's going for the jugular today. If this was the mood he was stuck in, there was nothing I could do except absorb it with a smile.
しょうがねえじゃん。自信ねえんだよ。
What else am I gonna do at this point? I don't have the chutzpah or confidence to make it work. I don't know.
俺は自分を知ってるつもりだ。できることとできないことの区別もついてる。
I'd like to think I know myself. I'm painfully aware of my limits.
夢見たって現実は変わんねえ。
So
気
aware.
持ち一つで突っ走れるほどバカにもなりきれねえ。
Dreams are great, but they don't reflect reality. I know I'm dumb, but I'm not dumb enough to say screw it and throw myself into this full bull.
俺がお嬢の将来潰すんじゃねえかって怖くてたまんねえんだよ。
The very thought that I'm capable of ruining her freaking future terrifies me, okay? Everything was out of the tables. Gramps just looked at me and
お前
snorted.
は本当にビビりじ
So,
ゃな。
you're a coward.
うるせえ。
Shut up, Urusai.
だからさっさとわしの誘いに乗って東条で働けばよかったんじゃ。
You really should have come and worked for me when I first put the offer down.
それとこれとは。
That's got nothing to do with this.
同じじゃよ。わしの誘いを断った理由とあの家から出た理由はな。
Has everything to do with this. You turned me down exactly for the same reason you fled the house.
肝心なところで自分を信じきれんのがお前の欠点じゃぞ、タイガ。
When all's said and done, you have no faith in yourself. That's your biggest failing, Taiga.
あと地味に打たれ弱いのもな。
That and your skin's about as thick as tissue paper.
マジうるせえ。ほっとけ。
Hey, leave off, would ya? He's like over here having like a blood problem. What's that word? What's that word? He's a hemophiliac and he's just making fun of him.
仮にお前がヘマしたところで東条はこれっぽっちも揺るがん。
Even if you were to screw up as badly as you fear you will, the Tojo family would not be shocked in the least.
小娘がお前に惚れたことを後悔する日が来たとしてもそんなもんはおてんにもならん。
Say that Leah did someday come to regret falling for you, so what? That's so petty and inconsequential the tabloids probably wouldn't even touch it.
わかるかタイガ。その程度じゃ。
Do you understand, Taiga? Your concerns hardly fit the definition of the word.
いくらでもやり直しは聞く。それすら認められんのはただの傲慢じゃ。
You'll have ample room to make mistakes. Your pride is all that keeps you from accepting that. I couldn't say a word. He was right. Gramps, Babe, the kids at the orphanage, sister. They were more important to me than anything, and I couldn't stand the idea of letting them down. If it was possible for me to slip up bad enough for them to ask, is that your best? It was better not to try. So I ran. Running away was the only thing I could pull off
わ
flawlessly.
しも小娘もその程度でお前を見限るほど薄情ではないぞ。
Neither Leah nor I are so callous that we'd turn our backs on you over petty mistakes.
知ってるよ、んなこと。
I know that.
だったらかけてみたらどうじゃ。一発逆転はお前のお箱じゃろ。
Then why not bet on your success, hmm? You're always saying underdog victories are your
ギ
specialty.
ャンブルと一緒にすんな。
This isn't the same universe as
小
gambling.
娘との未来はラスベガスの100万ドルよりもかける価値があると思うがの。
I'd say a future with Leah is worth millions more than the biggest jackpot Las Vegas has to offer. This was too much. I couldn't take it anymore.
悪い、俺逃げるわ。
Sorry, Gramps. I gotta go.
タイガ
Taiga.
お嬢にも言ったっけな。頼む、見逃してくれって。
I said something like this to her too, but please just let me go. I got up from my seat and deliberately turned my back on
お
him.
別れだ、じいさん。今まで世話になった。
This is so long, Gramps. Thanks for everything.
じゃあな。
Jana, see ya. As I walked out the room, I could feel a phantom tail tucked between my legs. Gramps didn't say a word to stop me. We're gonna go down. We're gonna go down. Feelings for you. She's been out sick for 3 days. My dearest Leah, how I've missed you.
ちょっとつむぎ
Tsubaki,
きつく締められる
not
と
so hard. You're smothering
苦
me.
しいだってずっとお休みされていたんですもの。リスの返信もなくて
You were gone for so long, you didn't even respond to my WIS messages.
春日さんからお熱を出して生死の境をさまよっていると聞いた時には私生きた心地もしませんでした。
When Kasuga told me you had developed a fever and was laying, teetering on the edge of life and death, I felt my whole being crumble away. Kasuga, this is not a funny joke. It was a little embarrassing, yes, but I was glad Tsumugi had been so concerned.
心配かけてごめんなさい。
I'm sorry I worried you. She slowly drew away from me, her eyes
本
downcast.
当に悪かったと思ってらっしゃい
Do
ます。
you truly feel sorry? I do.
ありがとう。でももう元気になったから。
Thank you for being concerned, but I've fully recovered, I promise.
本当に
Really?
ええ。だから
Really?
心配しな。
You needn't worry any.
では埋め合わせをお願いいたしますわ。
Then I expect you to make it up to me today.
は
What? After school, Sumigi collared both myself and Automura and dragged us to the cafeteria. She made Automura hack open the lock so that we could access the area.
さてここなら暴露し放題ですわね。ではどうぞ。
Perfect! And here we can air everything without being overheard. Please don't wait on us.
ささっと終わらせて。
Just get it over with fast. She didn't even allow me the opportunity to protest. Ichiya, Shion, and Narita were so worried about my condition, they handled me like fine china. On the other side of the coin, Sumagi gently strong-armed me into spilling everything. I truly lived a life of extremes. Those extremes kept me balanced, and I was truly blessed to have
実
them.
は
Well, I laid it all out.
ということがあって。
Do I have another sneeze? I feel like I might. And here I am at school again. I told him everything that happened in the whirlwind of the past few days. I held nothing back. The talk served as a way for me to organize my own thoughts too. I told them that Taiga had left. I told them I had created the circumstances under which he left, and I'd only recently come to realize it.
だから今は猛省中なの。本当にバカだったわ。私
I regret everything now. I was so blind, selfish, and insensitive.
勝手に
Yeah.
理想化してそれを押し付けてタイガさんが息苦しくなるのも当たり前のことだわ。
I idolized him, forcing him to fit into a mold I made for him. Is it any wonder that he felt stifled and decided to leave?
今思えば自分が成長するためにそばにいてほしいなんてずいぶん身勝手な言い分よね。
Looking back, I can hardly believe I was arrogant enough to tell him to stay with me so that I could mature as a person.
タイガさんにだって思い描く未来はあるはずだし、私そういうの ちっとも聞こうとしてなかった。
How did it not occur to me that he had his own hopes and dreams for the future? I never once thought to ask him what he wanted.
将来設計は重要ですものね。やはりイスルギさんの意見も取り入れてしっかり話し合わないと。
A solid plan for the future is important. Yes, you and Mr. Osodagi need to sit down and have a thorough discussion about this.
そうよね。
We do. For some reason, Aramura was drenching us with a look of complete disgust.
有村さん
Aramura, what's
どう
wrong?
かした？
いや、っていうかさ、
You know something?
東条の性格的にそうなっちゃうのは仕方ないのかもしれないけど、そうじゃなくない？
Given your personality, Tojo, your thought process doesn't exactly shock me, but aren't you too forgetting something stupidly obvious?
難しいこといろいろ考えてるけど、そもそも今一番大事なのってさ、
You're both so caught up in the fiddly details you don't even notice the elephant in the room.
東条とタイガさんの恋が成就するか否か。
Are Tojo and Taiga honestly in love? That needs to be the question number one. Sumigi and I looked at each other.
確かに。
Good point. We quickly nodded in
こ
stunned
れ恋
agreement.
バナだからね。単に惚れた腫れたの話だから。
This is normal gossip, right? Spill, are you head over heels for him or not?
そりゃまあ深い話もいずれはしなきゃならないだろうけど、そんなのは後回しでいいんじゃない？
Yeah, you'll eventually need to talk about the complicated stuff, but who says you've got to do that now? Put it off. First things first.
逃げたタイガさん見つけて、なんとかして会ってもらって、好きですって言う。
Find out where Taiga ran off to, find some way to talk to him, then say, I love you, right to his face.
一番の目的それだから。
That's what you gotta focus on right now. I feel like I have been shot through the heart, and Taiga's to blame. I love you? Come to think of it, I told him I had faith in him and that thought he was special, but I never told him the most important thing.
さすが有村さん。
You're absolutely right,
勝
Aramura.
手に恋のエキスパートを名乗ってませんわ。
She isn't called a love doctor for nothing after all. She's like, I'm not called that.
名乗ってないから。勝手に変なキャッチコピーつけんな。
I'm not. Nobody calls me that. Stop trying to invent creepy nicknames for me. We both looked at Aramura, our eyes sparkling with admiration. She rolled her own eyes and turned away as she heaved an exasperated sigh.
それで、タイガさんの居場所って心当たりあるわけ？
Do you have the first clue about where he is?
施設にも戻ってないみたいだし、おじいさまもあれ以来連絡がないって言ってたし。
He hasn't gone back to the orphanage, and grandfather says he hasn't heard anything from him since he left.
パスポートも持ってたから、最悪海外かも。
I know he took his passport with him, though. The worst case... First off, if he's leaving, he's taking his passport. Like, just to be clear, he has to take his passport if he's leaving the house and never coming back. In the worst case, he's already left the
そ
country.
れはどうでしょう。私はまだ国内、いえ、都内のどこかにいると思います。
I wouldn't say that. I expect he's still in the city. I wager he's still in in Japan. I wager he's still in the city.
どうして？
How do you know?
勘ですわ。
Just a hunch.
いや、私もカノに賛成。タイガさん、ここで海外飛べるほど割り切れてないと思うし。
I'm with Kano on this one. I bet Taiga's still clinging on to you on some level. He's not ready to leave the country just yet.
あの人そこまでドライじゃないでしょ。
He clearly wasn't indifferent to you.
そう？ち
Oh.
なみに念のため伺いますけど、ビスは送ってみたのですわよね。
Just to be sure, you did send him a Wisp message, right?
そんな。
I couldn't. Why not?
だって出て行った時のタイガさん、私のこと振り返りもしなかったし、きっと迷惑だろうと思って。
He left without turning back to look at me even once. If I send him a message, he'd see it as nothing but a
ミ
nuisance.
スが迷惑なら、そもそも会いたいって思うこと自体迷惑なんじゃないの？
If a Wisp message would bother him, wouldn't having to see and talk to you be an even bigger pain in the butt?
ちょっと有村さん。
Aramura, don't talk about her butt like that.
いや、そういう意味じゃなくて。めんどくさいな、もう。
Look, you know what I mean, okay? This isn't so aggravating.
こっちから行動を起こさない限り、タイガさんとの関係ってここで終わるよ。 迷惑とか言ってる余裕なくない？
Listen, what I'm saying is the ball's in your court. If you don't do something, he'll be gone with the wind. Do you really care about being a bother?
今使える手段がウィスしかないなら、そこから攻めるしかないじゃんよ。
Now your only connection to him is Whis. Use it. She's right. I'd hesitated to send him a message not because I was concerned for how he felt. I'd actually been afraid to make him annoyed with me. That was all.
一か八かにかけるしかないのよね。今はもう。
It's really a all or nothing, isn't it?
そう、ここまで来たら捨て身でいけ。OK?
Exactly. You've come this far, so might as well put all your chips on the table. Got it? Got it.
ねえ、もしブロックされてたらどうすればいい？
And what am I gonna do if he blocked me?
送ってみてダメなら、また別の方法を考えるしかないでしょ。
If you send him something and it bounces, you just have to find some other way to reach him.
そうよね。
Right.
ねえ、こういう時ってなんて送ればいいの？
What do you think I should say to him?
知るか自分で考えろ。
Hell if I know. Use that pretty head of yours.
まあまあ、有村さん。あなたも少し落ち着いてくださいな。冷静に有効な内容を考えましょう。
Now, Automata, Leah, why don't we take a few deep breaths and calm down? Then we'll think logically about what we should say.
こういう時こそ恋のエキスパートたる有村さんの出番でしょ。
Besides, the love doctor has to be at her best so she can dole out her heart-mending advice.
あんたね。
Would you just quit it?
まあいいけど、一回しか言わないから。ああいうタイプは重いのはダメ。直接的なアピールは NG。
Okay, I'll say this once. Listen up. Men like him don't deal well with clinginess. If you take the direct route, it'll blow up in your face.
直接的って具体的には？
The direct route? What do you mean? Be specific, lady.
ちょっと顔が近い。
Excuse me, personal space, please.
ごめんなさい。それで？
I'm sorry, could you explain?
直接的っていうのは、会いたいとか寂しいとか、ストレートすぎる内容のこと。
Direct, I mean avoid phrases like I want to see you or I miss you and stuff. It's too blunt.
そんなの送られてきたら、逃げ場なくて追い詰められる。
That'll make him feel concerned. It'll stress him out more. Definitely don't want to do
あ
that.
と、だらだらと長ったらしい謝罪文。一行見ただけで気が重くなって、最悪そのまま削除される。
Don't send him an apology novel either. When he looks at it, it might make him feel guilty enough to delete it on the spot.
なら簡潔に？
Something brief.
っていうか、謝罪するなら直接しなよ。ああいうタイプにはその方がいいって。顔見て反応を見ながらがベスト。
If you want to apologize, do it in person. That goes over way better with people like him. You can gauge his reaction as you talk. That makes
で
sense.
は、最初は軽い内容にしておきましょう。
Something casual to start sounds
で
best.
きるだけシンプルかつ、あなたの気持ちがほんのり伝わるメッセージがよろしいかと。
A short, simple message that lightly hints at your feelings. That ought to do the trick for now.
それ難しすぎない？
It's more complicated than you're making it
でも
sound.
やるしかないでしょ。
What other option do you have?
そうよね。
None?
安心してくださいませ。私たちがついてますわよ。さあ、実際の画面をイメージして。
Don't you worry. We're here for you every step of the way. First, open up a new message and visualize yourself typing. I stare at the Wisp message screen. I typed out a few words, then erased them, then tried again. Time flew, and before I knew it, the three of us had to leave the school building. What did you send? I flopped down on my bed, clutching my phone in my hands. Our impromptu girls' meeting had come to an ending without us settling on any one message. Let's give it some more thought. Where are you? What are you doing? That's too direct. Are you making sure to eat? That's too motherly. It sounds like a mom. Are you still breathing? That makes me sound like his mother. Wait, what's this one? What What if he doesn't respond?
もうどうすればいいの？
What am I supposed to do? How can it be so difficult to send a short direct wisp
もし
message?
目の前に現れたら悪態の一つでもついてやるのに。
If I saw him right now, I'd be so tempted to give him a piece of my mind for putting me through this. Sick of overthinking the issues, my fingers dance across my phone screen, so I typed a quick message.
もうこれでいいわ。
That will have to do. Hit the send button before second thoughts could invade and then flop down on my bed. What am I going to do if this has the opposite effect? Doubts started to creep in, but I swatted them
これで
away.
いいんだから。
It'll work out just fine. I slid under the covers and determinedly closed my eyes. What did it say? What did the message say? The next morning, I got dressed and took a moment to make sure I had a tight rein on my emotions. Then I opened the WIS app.
返事はなし。
No
で
reply.
も既読はついてる。
But he read it. Just the knowledge that he's seen it I'd written made my heart overflow. He's still alive! Someone can have his phone. Right now, that was enough for me. This time, I was going to go more slowly. I wasn't going to push him until he got spooked and ran away.
でもウィス作戦は有効なのね。よし、次は。
The wisp message tactic does seem to be a good start, though. Okay, what do I want to send next? Feeling a tiny bit better, I opened the message and began to type. What did we send first? What was the first message? A few days after I left the main Tojo estate, with nowhere in particular to go, I wandered the city during the day and crashed at cheap hotels at night.
さてどうすっかな。
What do I do now? I can't lean on Gramps anymore, and if he's out, that leaves, well, the orphanage. That's it.
なわけにもいかねえよな。なんて説明すりゃいいんだよ。
But I can't hit them up either, can I? I mean, how am I supposed to explain this to him? So the orphanage was out too. Screw this. I'll just go overseas. Yeah, that's it. Hightail it out of the country, go somewhere new. That ought to get my mind off this crap. How? I don't have money. I couldn't beg Gramps to pay for my trips anymore. I was running out of cash to pay for food and hotels. Guess I could ask some friends if I can crash with them for a bit. I know a few who'd let me. Kept telling myself that, but nothing stroked my resolve. Stoked? I had this conversation with myself over and over, but I always wound up back at the hotel in the end. I was being so infuriatingly indecisive, I even surprised myself. Turns out it's pretty hard to work out your whole future in a drop of a hat. Thinking was hungry business. I wandered aimlessly since I'd gotten up. I lost track of time. It was well past
しょう
noon.
がねえ。適当に牛丼でも。
Guess I'll scope out some fast food in the area and grab. Crap, that's.
タイガさん、見つかりましたか？
Why are they running? Any sign of Taiga?
いや、こっちも空振りだ。この辺りで目撃情報があったというのは本当なのか？
Nothing. You said someone told you they saw him around here. Are you sure that they weren't mistaken?
はい。バイトで知り合った人がここでティッシュ配ってる時に見たって。
Oh, a friend I made at one of my part-time jobs said he was handing out tissues around here and saw him.
まあ、毎日いるとも限らないか。仕方ない。追加のオーナメントも買ったし、そろそろ戻ろう。
I guess he won't necessarily be here every day. I picked up some extra Christmas ornaments, so I guess we can call it good for
お
now.
嬢さんとシオンさんも待ってますしね。飾り付け増やしたら元気出るかな。
Yeah, Lee and Shion are waiting for us too. More decorations mean more chances to cheer her up.
ああ。彼女が少しでも笑顔になってくれるといいんだが。
Hopefully, it'll be nice if this brings at least a little smile to her face.
何慌てて隠れてんだよ俺。
The hell did I bother to hide for? Because Nadita was gonna pick your ass up. Babe's kinda sad, huh? Not surprising given what I did to her. Hell, it wouldn't be a shock to hear she cried over it. Great, now I feel like an even bigger smuck than before. Anyways, it's probably be smart if I stayed away from this area for a while. Evoning. I flopped down on the bed for a new hotel I'd picked at random. Cheap hotels looked and smelled the same no matter where you went. The bed groaned, threatening to break in two. When traveling, it was part of the experience to sleep on beds that were on the verge of collapsing and eating you. This decidedly wasn't that kind of experience. What the hell am I doing? Breaking Babe's heart, making Gramps mad. I'd been forced to acknowledge my cowardice over and over these last few days. I couldn't take much more.
言っとくが、今日からの俺は本気だぜ。絶対にお前をもっとがっつり意識させて。
メロメロって。
ツンツンする気にもな。
そう。
バカ、くどいてんだ。
She had seized up like a deer in the headlights, her face a picture of embarrassment. It was frickin' adorable. I could tell just by looking at her that she was scared but also excited. And then you pulled the rug out from under her. She only disliked stuff because she was a bit sheltered. Once she left her shell, she liked lots of things. And that smug look she had after winning was stupidly cute. Yeah, that's been a total slip of the tongue, but I was happy to hear it anyways. I mean, how awesome would it be if the two of us could really be family? I had a dumb smirk plastered on my face then too, completely drunk on happy-go-lucky thoughts. Damn, just date her. Shut up, Gramps. Just shut the hell up. She's adorable. I could just die. She's so adorable, I could just die. Oh my god. I bet I've seen way more cute moments from her than you ever have. Just wait until she turns that happy little smile on you. Any man would turn to mush over that. Shallow feelings. Not in a million years. This hurts so bad I can hardly breathe.
Taiga-san!
Just thinking about her makes me want to see her. Not that I can show my face around her anymore. My phone vibrated in my hand and made me jump. Seriously, babe, now of all times. At the wrong button. She hasn't missed a day. I'm sure she knows by now that I've left her on red, so what's her report today?
クリスマスツリーに短冊を飾りました？は？何やってんだあいつ？
Prayer strips on the Christmas tree? What the hell are they doing over there? Naruto probably said something stupid and she's stuck going along with him. Ichiya and Shion must have gotten in on it, the act too. She sure has changed. When she first moved into the house with us, her prickly demeanor would have offended a porcupine. She totally would have turned up her nose at those little games. Now she's putting up Christmas tree prayer strips for the rest of the guys. She's been stubborn as a mule, but being with the guys has changed her. Being with me has changed her. Was that for the better or for the worst? I couldn't decide. It's probably for the better. She's so much more livelier now. Definitely an improvement over the blank stare she wore when she first arrived. Now I just miss her more. The wisp messages that she sent me every day were the biggest cause of my loneliness. They were just bland reports and everyday nonsense recollections or current happenings, that's all. No, I miss you, no come back, just a casual, by the way, this is what happened. And yet somehow I could sense that what she actually wanted to say. But yeah, she was told not to. You're preaching as the choir, old man. Quit it, you're killing me here. My emotions were getting way out of hand. I wanted to see her badly. I didn't want to give up. Even now, after I did what I did, even now with how badly I've messed things up between us,
やっぱ好きだ。
I really am in love. A corner of my heart held fast and refused to give up. A corner of my mind dared me to go all in, but they were overruled by the part of me that was scared. I sighed. Great. I was stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea. The realization struck me every so often, usually whenever I let my guard down. And every time it hit me, I always wait.
例えば、勝てば何でも叶うゲームがあるとしてさ。
Let's say there's a game where you win, you could be granted any wish you could think of.
で、
Gosh. But the answer for the game is your life. I would. That's always been my philosophy. Leave it to Lady Luck's hand. If I won, great. Bonus. If I didn't know well, just meant my cards weren't right that day. That's how I coped with my own indecisiveness. It was the only time I ever asked the gods for help. Whenever I left things up to the whims of fate, it seemed to me to net me as good a result as anything else.
お前が運命の女神かよ。
What are you, my Lady Luck? I looked at the message she sent. I laughed hard enough to make my shoulders shake. I was in a corner at the basement of rock bottom. This had all the makings of an underdog victory.
てやろうじゃねえか。
Hell yeah, why not? When I stopped and listened, I could hear jingle bells drifting down the street. When to do it, that day obviously. If I screwed up, I'd fall so hard that rock bottom would probably be a penthouse, all the better. That'll be the last shot, no more chances, aunties on the table. Time to pony up. Ooh. A letter from Santa Claus. A letter from Satan. School was out for the Christmas holiday. Itya, Shion, Narata, and I bursted through the living room while decorating the tree, bustled.
お嬢さん、髪の輪っかつなげ終わったら渡してください。俺飾りますから。
It's time for sweet, sweet, sweet desserts. Christmas time is coming. When you're finished putting together the paper wreath, give it to me. I'll hang it up.
もうすぐできるから。
Okay, just give me a minute.
お嬢さん、ツリーに星を飾ってくれるかな。輝
Leah?
く君にぴったりな役目だろ。
Would you do us the honor of putting the star on top of the tree? It only makes sense that you do it. You're our light after all.
そんなに働かせたら疲れちゃうでしょ。ねえ、少し休憩したら。
You'll wear the poor thing out, making her work so hard. Here, come sit with me and rest.
大丈夫よ。私から頼んだことだもの。
I'm fine. I'm the one who asked. If I didn't busy myself with a task, I was terrified my mind would turn into a dark, hopeless thoughts. So when they offered to throw a modest Christmas party just for me, I happily agreed.
お嬢様、お手紙が届いております。
Miss Leah Mel arrived for you. Kasuga held out a single envelope for me.
誰かしら。
Wonder who it's from. I looked at the sender's
サ
address.
ンタクロースより。
Santa Claus?
サンタさんってあのサンタさんですか？
Santa Claus? Holy cow, the Santa Claus?
消印もフィンランドだ。サンタクロースが手紙を送ってくれるサービスがあるから、それかもね。
The postmark is from Finland. There is a service where they can request letters from Santa Claus. This might be part of that.
でも、どうして私に？
Why was it sent to me?
とりあえず見てみたらどうかな。
Go ahead and read it.
ええ。
Right. With Ichia's encouragement, I gently opened up the letter and took the letter out. A seasonal message from Santa Claus was printed in bold black letters on colorful decorative paper. Like Shion had said, This was probably from a service that offered letters from Santa. Young children would love this, I'm sure. Feeling a little cheerier, I read through Santa Claus's message when...
どうかしたかい？
Something the matter?
なんでもないわ。
It's nothing. I clutched the letter tightly to my chest and no one else could peek at it. My heart was beating fast enough to scare me.
あの
Yeah?
本当になんでもないの。ちょっと部屋に戻るわね。
It's
用事を
nothing.
思い出したから。
I have to go to my room. I just remembered I had something planned for today. I got up and left the living room in what was admittedly an awkward rush. They'll never know. I dashed up to my room and closed the door behind me before opening the letter again with shaking hands. The message itself was probably written from a template, but on the very bottom, there was a PS message that clearly wasn't part of the route letter above. 12:24, 6 p.m. Midtown Christmas tree. That's all it said. It didn't need to say any more. This is from Taiga. I knew that for certain. I did get through to him. I was so glad I kept sending him those wisp messages even though he never replied. It had scared me, but I couldn't bring myself to quit, and now I was happy I hadn't. I can't waste this opportunity. In all the time we had spent apart, I had a chance to think and organize my feelings. I had reflected on how I pushed my ideals onto him, which put him under a lot of unfair pressure. I just finished with the book club. What was the book? I thought about who Taiga really was and what he wanted. We discussed Kodaha's route. That's not a book club. When Taiga left, I was a child who didn't understand anything. That's fun. It was fun chatting about our opinions. I wanted to do that for Verche before the new one came out with my friend, but I don't know if I have time. They've been working a lot, so I don't know if I can invite them still. This time, I'd tell him everything, the honest truth. Nom 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 nom. And if it turned me down, I didn't want to think about that. But if I sat around doing nothing, then nothing would change.
そうよね。タイガさん。
Isn't that right, Taiga? So I would go. After all, it was Taiga who taught me to grow by facing challenges without fear. I joined a server where they do book club type discussions weekly for different Otome games. Oh, that's super fun. A while back, I sent out a bunch of emails to Otome reviewers and people like that to try and see if we could get a group together to do like an Otome talk. Sadly, no one could. I guess I could do another set of it, but it's already hard. I don't know that many streamers that play Otome as it stands. Christmas Eve. It was almost the time the hour Taiga had written on the letter was approaching. Oh, she's wearing her ugly jacket. It's finally get to see him. Nerves and anticipation made my heart race.
落ち着いて。あくまでいつも通りに行くのよ。
I have to calm down. I need to stay composed. I checked my hair and my outfit one last time, took a deep breath, and walked out of my room.
クリスマスパーティーを君と一緒にやれないのは寂しいな。
I don't see many people streaming on YouTube with playthroughs too. Yeah, it's not the most common, sadly. I admit it's unfortunate that we can't have our Christmas party with you.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
大丈夫。みんなわかってるから。
It's alright. We understand why it's like this. Come back. We can still have a party. Could have had an early party.
はい。ちゃんといい子にして待ってます。
I'll be a good boy and wait right
だから
here.
一緒に帰ってきてくださいね。タイガさんと。
Make sure you come back, okay? You and Taiga side by side.
頑張るわ。
I'll give it my best shot. Ichiya, Shion, and Narata had come out to see me off, giving me words of encouragement. I couldn't help but smile back. So what was the general consensus on Kuraha? I was still anxious about the whole idea, but right now I was more excited about getting to see him.
お嬢様、お車の用意ができました。
Miss Leah, the car's ready, but it might have a flat before we get there.
ありがとう、春日。
Thank you, Kasuga. What?
ヤガミ様の短冊の効果が楽しみです。
Simply looking forward to seeing the results of Mr. Yagami's prayer strips. Some people really liked it, some had the same thought of me and just thought it was okay. Kasuga raised his brow
ご
cheerfully.
健闘お祈りしております。
I wish you luck.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
行ってくるから。
I'll be back later, then. I like the story. The story itself was good. I feel like his character, I don't know, the sudden it felt like very sudden that they had a crush on each other. Everyone's eyes were on me. It was making me feel a little self-conscious, honestly.
いってらっしゃいませ。
Good luck. Did you finish Kodaha's route? I finished his heavenly ending, and I'm getting his godly ending in the next stream, but I was almost done. I was so close. I just had to go to work. Cheered on by the heartwarming little push, I stepped out to the foyer and started my journey. And the other ending I liked better already because one, his sister got freedom. She's free. That's where we kind of ended it at. I've made it to the tree. Everywhere I look, we're people, people, people. It's Christmas Eve after all. Of course, we're not the only couple meeting by the tree. I craned my neck this way and that, desperately trying to pick Taiga out of the crowd.
Taiga-san!
Taiga?
すみません。
Sorry.
人違いでした。
Thought you were someone else. A closer look would have told me that it wasn't him, but I was so anxious. I was seeing him everywhere. Maybe the tree card wasn't from him. A cold ball of unease congealed in my gut. She's peeping like a lurker this whole route. Kinda, yeah. But just then. Hey, babe. That's just his normal clothes. We did not need that pan for his normal clothes. The lopsided teasing grin, the eyes sparkling with mischief. I found the real Taiga.
サンタからの手紙を信じるなんて、お嬢もまだまだお子様だな。
You believed a letter from Santa Claus? Guess you're still a little kid.
サンタさんの後ろに隠れて、こそこそメッセージを送る。育児なしの誰かさんに言われたくない。
Don't even start. I'm not the coward who hid in Santa Claus's shadow and sent a secret note instead of talking face to face.
違いね。
Got me there.
つうかあれだ。やっぱお嬢は生に限るな。キレとコクが違うわ。
Yeah, nothing like seeing you in the flesh, babe. You're so crisp and vibrant. You're like sharp, too.
私はビールじゃありません。
Please stop describing me like I'm a print photo. We hadn't seen each other in so long. I'd visualized multiple ways this could have played out, but he was acting so much like his normal self, I wasn't quite sure how to react. Remind me what happened in Heavenly. In Heavenly, she dies by the sister, and she's visiting her family every day, and the wraith version of his sister never wakes up. Yeah. So how is that a good end? You get it? That's not a good ending. The sister didn't get resolved. That's not a good end. I was happy to see him, yes, but I missed him so much that now that he was standing in front of me, I had to hold back my desire to jump into his arms.
どうして会う気になってくれたの？
What made you decide to see me now?
ああ、ウィス見てたらほだされた。
All those wisp messages you sent got to me. Taiga punctuated his admission with a lopsided grin.
すげえよな。毎度ツッコミどころ満載で気づけば待ち遠しくなっちまってた。
Man, there's so much I could have said about that crap. Before I knew it, I was looking forward to him.
短冊には何書いた？俺に会いたいってか？
So what'd you write on those prayer strips? What do you want me to see?
それはなゆたくんが。
Narita did that.
なんだよ、お嬢は書かなかったのかよ。冷てえな。
You didn't write it? Come on, babe, that's gold.
あのね。
Taiga! I was not in the mental space to put up with his teasing, holding back tears, I said.
私だっていろいろ考えて、どんな思いで毎日ウィスを送ったか。
I thought about it until my head hurt. Do you have any idea how I felt when I tried to type those messages?
分かってる。
Yeah, I know.
全部分かったから覚悟決めてきた。
I know how it's all going, that's why I came. I blinked. Taiga's smile was gone. He was looking straight at me, his eyes serious. I have to say it. There was one thing I had to say above everything else. Now was the time to say it, I was sure.
タイガさん
Taiga, I,
待った。もし謝る気ならやめてくれ。
hold it. If you're gonna apologize, don't. Huh?
どう考えたって悪いのは俺の方だし、お嬢に謝られると困るんだ。
No matter which way you look at it, this is all because of my screw up. It's not right for you to
どう
apologize.
して
Why? I looked at him confused, grimaced. Then he said,
これから俺、さらにお嬢をキレさせること言うつもりだから。
because I'm about to say something that'll probably piss you off hardcore.
は
What? My brow drew together. Now I was seriously confused.
何
What do you mean?
まず一つ、俺は今のとこあの家に帰る気はない。
Let me say this right off. I probably ain't going back to the house.
二つ、俺はもうお嬢を攻略する気はない。
Second, I'm not gonna try and court you as a suitor anymore either. What?
三つ、それでも俺がいいって言うなら、
If you still want me despite that. He paused and took a deep, steady breath, then he looked at me with a stern expression and said,
何もかも捨てて、俺についてこい。
Abandon everything you've got and run with me. I wanted to laugh at what I thought was just a tasteless joke, but I couldn't. Taiga's eyes were deadly serious. I swallowed
東
hard.
条も春日もダチや仲間も全部捨てて、それでも俺を取れるか。
Bad ideas. The Tojo family name, Kasuga, your friends and family, throw it all away and take my hand.
タイガさん
Taiga? He slowly raised his hand and held out his hand to me. Arm?
さあ、どうするお嬢。
What'll it be, babe? Will you take my hand or not? His hand reaching for me, his eyes looking into mine.
記憶力はいい方なの
Absolutely not. I glanced between the two and then said,
断固お断りよこの無職ギャンブル男
absolutely not, you unemployed gambling addict.
即答
That was fast.
ええ考えるまでもないわ断固お断りよ
Of course, I'm not going to waste a second of thought on such a silly demand. I absolutely, completely
し
refuse.
かも二度言いやがった。
And you said it twice.
何度でも言ってあげたいくらいよバカにしないで
I'll say it as many times as it takes to get it through your thick head. Do you think I'm an idiot?
ああ、
What? Taiga blinked at me in shock. I fixed him with my best glare and shouted,
本気で連れ去る気もないくせに
You don't actually want to take me away? Christmas. I ignored his hand, which still dangled in space. I reached past it and grabbed his
じ
collar.
ゃあお嬢。
Babe. How to get a boyfriend 101. Strangle him. For a moment, I thought I heard whispers rustling around us, but then I realized I didn't
私に
care.
全て捨てさせたいのはそうすれば楽になれるから
Do you want me to throw everything away because it'll make things easier for you? Is that it?
おじい様からあなたの話を聞いた
I talked to grandfather about you.
そうしたらなぜあなたが私の前から消えようとしたのか
I think I
少し
understand
分かった気が
why
し
you
た
want to run away from me.
私が東条家の娘じゃなかったらもっと気楽に付き合えた
I feel like they could have just drawn this at the other angle, over like his shoulder, maybe? Or not done that. It doesn't feel like it's necessary. I mean, I like her eyes, but like, it's weird. Variable seduction, that's right. Variable get it. Do you think it'd be simpler to be with me if I wasn't the Tojo family heir?
平凡な女子高生だったら余計なことを考えずにそばにいられた
Also, she's 15, right? How old is she? I keep forgetting. 17? You want to run away with her? That's kidnapping, guy. Blue Bay. Did you wish I'd stay a normal high school girl so you could be with me and avoid the hassle of responsibilities?
そうだって言ったら
And if I say yes?
そんなのもう私じゃないじゃない。
Then I wouldn't be me anymore.
お嬢
Did you start 9RP? You said you were gonna do it for Halloween. Babe.
勝手な理想をあなたに押し付けて息苦しい思いをさせたのは謝るわ。本当に
I'm sorry I made you upset by projecting unrealistic expectations on you, okay? I know that was wrong.
けど私を連れ去るための絶対条件が今の私を否定することだなんて。
To say you won't be with me unless I abandon everything I have and everything I am. Also, keep in mind, this is like the final CG. Imagine like the final CG in a Tome game is I'm gonna rip your throat out. It's cute. So cute.
いくらなんでもひどすぎるわ。そんなの全然嬉しくない。
Start on Kodaha's rep and having tummy issues. Oh no. The tummy issues go around, yo. Everybody gets the tum-tum issues. Do you have any idea what a cruel ass that is? I can't believe you even came out of your mouth. My guy. I am who I am because I was born a Tojo and raised to be the Tojo family heir. If I hadn't been born a Tojo, then I'm sure I would have become someone completely different. Maybe I would have become a sweeter person, someone who was more open and outgoing. Is that who Taiga wishes I was? Does that mean the person I am now isn't good enough? Anger, misery, unhappiness, a messy tangle of emotions seethed in my head.
お嬢
Babe,
もういい。通報する。
I've had enough. I'm turning you in.
ああやめとけって。血は喧嘩で通報なんて警察も迷惑。
You're seriously gonna call the cops over a spat? You'll just waste their time.
違う。
No.
シスターに言いつけてやる。
No, I'm gonna call sister and tell her about everything.
ああそれだけはマジでやめろ。
What? Hold on. Don't you dare. Seriously, anything but that.
話してよ。
Let go. Let go of me.
お前こそ話しやがれ。
No, you let go of me.
なんなのよもう。どうせ私のことなんか本気じゃなかったんでしょ。
What are you doing? What do you want? You were never serious about me to begin with, were you?
バカか。本気に決まってんだろ。本気で好きでなきゃこんな悩んだりするかよ。
Aww. He's confessing while screaming, like...
バカか。本気に決まってんだろ。本気で好きでなきゃこんな悩んだりするかよ。
A confession that starts with idiot. Are you cracked? Hell yes, I'm serious. If I wasn't, this whole thing wouldn't be eating me up.
嘘。
Liar.
嘘なわけあるか。好きだこのバカ。
It's not a lie. I'm stupidly in love with you.
じゃあどうしてあんなこと言い出したのよ。
Then why did you say those things and leave me?
それは
ほら。
See?
うるせえな。黙って聞いてりゃ。
Shut up. It's not like you're blameless.
さっきお嬢だって謝ってただろうが。勝手な理想を押し付けて悪かったって。
From this angle, doesn't his jacket kind of look like Seto Kaiba? Is that just me? Hell, you even admitted that you pushed your crazy expectations on me.
むちゃくちゃハードル上げていきやがって。どんだけプレッシャーだったと思ってやがる。
And by God, did you ever? Why not just jack the goalpost up above the clouds, huh? Talk about
そ
pressure.
れについては謝ったでしょ。第一、だからって何も言わずに黙って逃げ出そうとすることないじゃない。
I apologized for that, didn't I? Did she? She said sorry, but she didn't know what she was apologizing for. But as bad as that was, I don't think I deserve to be walked out on.
それは俺も悪かったよ。だからムキになんのやめて、とりあえずスマホ渡せって。
Okay, I'm sorry. I was wrong. They're happy now? Can you quit being so defensive? Lordy, just hand me your phone so...
ムキになってるのはどっち？もういい加減に。
Her voice just quivering. Defensive? Me? This is defensive, she says. You're the one being defensive. Just
いい
stop.
加減にしてよ。
Stop already.
完全勝利ってもんを見せて。
Oh man, we're not gonna go. We won. He won. Oh. I didn't know it would be that fast if I just pressed the button faster. I can't take any more.
お嬢
Babe. Tears welled up and spilled over before I could hold them back, but I didn't feel like holding them back. If seeing me cry made him feel guilty,
私は
good.
子供だったから勝手に舞い上がってたからダメだったのは分かってる
I know that I was being an immature child. I wasn't thinking and I got far too ahead of myself. That was wrong of
け
me.
どあんな風に出て行かれて私がどれだけ辛かったか
But when you just
怖かったか
abandoned me like that,
タイガさんに分かる
do you have any idea how much that hurt? How scared and alone I
だ
felt?
からそれは
Look, I said,
初めて好きになった人なのよ
you're my first crush. What?
生まれて初めて好きになった人に見放されたかも嫌われたかもって死にそうに苦しくて熱まで出したわ
First person I ever loved turned his back on me, walked out. I thought you hated me. It hurt so bad I got actually sick. Like literally sick.
そうだってやっと会えるって会えたら何を言おうってなのに意味わかんないこと
So fair. Even today, I was so excited to finally see you again. I thought for hours about what I was going to say, and then you made that crazy demand.
こんなに好きなのに意地悪ばっかり言わないでよ
I love you. Please stop being mean to me.
お嬢
Babe. That's not what he's saying. You know what? We need Lou to tell us what he's saying. Oju is not babe. I feel pathetic, miserable, ashamed, but if my breakdown would help him understand even just a little bit.
タイガさんが好きなの
Taiga, I love you.
今のこの私じゃダメどうしてもダメなの
Am I not good enough for you right now? What's wrong with me the way I am? I looked at him pleading, tears streaming down my face after a moment.
分かったから
Okay, I get it. Gently has wrapped his big hands around my shaking fist and tugged them off of his shirt.
場所移そうぜさすがに周りの迷惑だ
Starts whispering. He's like, we're gonna get real quiet now. Let's go somewhere more private. We're really giving everyone a free show out here. Once we relocated, what was he gonna say to me? I shrank back as waves of insecurities and fright hit me.
ほら行くぞ
Come on, let's go. Taiga started to walk, his hands still wrapped around mine. The warmth of those hands sparked embers of tentative hope in my heart. So quiet. After we'd made that massive scene in front of the Christmas tree, the two of us walked to a small plaza a little further away. We weren't at the tree anymore, but there were still romantic couples on dates everywhere we looked. It made things even more awkward, frankly. I even cried in public. How long had it been since I last had such a childish outburst? I wasn't even sure I'd ever cried like this as a child. Man. Taiga suddenly sighed, took me by surprise, and I turned to look at him. He happened to have been looking right at me and our eyes met.
せっかくのイブに何やってんだろうな俺ら
It's Christmas frickin' Eve. What the hell are we? You invited me out, my guy. What are we doing?
まったくだわ
You tell me.
これ以上ないムードの中だってのに告白まで怒鳴り合いの延長線上とかね
This is supposed to be the most romantic night of the year, and our confession dissolved into a shouting match.
そうよもっと素敵な想像をしてたのに
I'd imagine something much sweeter and romantic than that.
やり直すか
Want to do it over?
結構です
No, thank you. I'm much too self-conscious to do that right now. I hadn't pictured my confession going that way, but it had all the stress and tension pushed me along. I doubt I could have said everything on my mind. In that sense, at least the encounter didn't turn into a total train wreck. While I was thinking back on that, Taiga paused and then spoke up as if remembering something.
そういや、初めてお嬢とちゃんと喧嘩したな。
Come to think of it, that's the first real fight we ever had, and it was our confession. Aw, you're so sweet. Oh.
なあ、喧嘩避けてっと、上辺だけ取り繕った本音でぶつかって。まあ、
That was back when I had only barely met Taiga and was still incredibly wary of everything he said and did. He must have guessed which memory just struck me because he gave me a quick grin.
本音ぶちまけると、スカッとすんだら。
Feels good to vent about how you really feel, eh?
それは疲れたけど
Finish right until fan desk. Yeah. I mean, you said you did Ginny at Leanne and whose route? Just one other one. I mean, everyone but Zafora. Zafora made me. Well, actually, there's Roddy. Roddy! Okay, yeah. Let me think. Who's my. I mean, Pastelios was nice. It was tiring, really, but I suppose I feel a little better after getting all that off of my chest.
そりゃあんだけ言えばな。
Sure didn't hold back. You deserved it.
お互い様ちょ
Neither did you. I almost knocked my controller on the floor. I growled and deliberately turned away from him. I could hear Taiga chuckle.
くれんな。大事なのはここからなんだから。
Come on, quit pouting. Now's when the really serious stuff starts, right? Taiga suddenly stopped without warning, bringing me to a halt as well.
さっきのすべて捨ててってやつ。悪かったな。お嬢のこと
I like how her two options there were no and no. I was just teasing. Abandon everything was a test. I was testing you. I said nothing. Now that I calmed down, that much was obvious. I had raged at him, saying I wouldn't be me anymore if I abandoned everything I had, but if Taiga actually required that of me, he wouldn't be the genuine Taiga either. He would never say anything like that to me.
信頼してる俺の言うことならって別れ際に言ってたろ。あれがさ、俺には一番きつかったから。
When I left, you said you had faith in everything that I said just because it was me that said it, right? To be honest, that was the hardest thing to swallow.
もしあそこでうなずかれてたら、もう二度と会わないつもりでいた。
If you'd actually taken my hand and agreed to ditch it all, I was gonna leave you and never come back.
ま、ものの見事にお断りされたけどな。あれはさすがに面食らったわ。
I was gonna say more, sorry. Not that I had to worry. You turned me down flat. I expected a no, but that, whew, you shocked me.
誰だって断るわよあんなの
Anybody would have said no to that silly garbage.
ああ、それでこそお嬢だよなって、またまた惚れ直したぜ。
Oh, yeah, by the way, you belted it out was so totally you. I fell for you all over again, heads over heel. I felt my cheeks warm. I turned away trying to hide my
それ
glowing
で
blush.
あなたの期待通りお断りしたわけだけど
I said no
この
as
場合はどう
expected.
なるの
Now what?
提案がある。
I've got a proposal for you. Taiga's voice on a serious note, with a blush under control, I straightened up and looked at him.
提案とは
What kind of proposal? A wedding
お嬢
proposal.
の人生、俺にかけてみる気はあるか？
Do you think you could bet your life on me?
Eh?
What? I had to consciously keep my jaw from dropping. He gave me another
じ
smirk.
いさんから話を聞いたんなら、俺がお嬢が思うよりもずっとヘタレでビビリだって分かったろ？
If you've talked to Grams, you should know that I'm more of an incompetent coward than you ever realized,
お
right?
嬢の成長ぶりが怖くて、失望されるのが嫌で逃げるようなどうしようもねえやつなんだ、俺は。
I'm so worthless that the sight of you growing and changing so quick freaked me out and I had to run like a scald cat. How am I supposed to respond? Suddenly feeling awkward, I tried to look anywhere except at Taiga's face. He must have thrown his cares into the wind because his smile brilliantly while tearing himself
お
down.
嬢やじいさんが俺を買ってくれても、 期待に応えられる保証はどこにもない。それでも
You and Gramps may be real high on me, but I don't guarantee I'll be able to live up to your expectations. Hell, I'll probably jam it all up.
それ
But
でも俺がいいって言ってくれんなら俺もこの一世一代のギャンブルに乗る。
if you think you want to pick me, I'm willing to make this the biggest bet of my life.
Huh?
What? My eyes widen. What did he just say?
今もしかしてギャンブルとか言った？
What? Did you just call this a bet?
言った。だってそうだろう。この俺と婚約するなんてギャンブル以外の何者でもないぜ、お嬢。
I mean, that's what it is. Getting engaged to a guy like me is a total gamble. What else could you call it?
資格も自信も保証もない。あるのは将来性なんてあやふやでリスキーな言葉だけだ。
No qualifications, no confidence, no guarantees. The only thing you're getting from me is potential, and that is a vague, tricky animal to collar.
そんなもんに自分の人生かけようってんだからさ。
It's what you're gonna bet
と
on,
んで
babe.
もねえ大一番だ。
I'm gonna admit it's one hell of a gamble. You made it sound like a joke. But I knew that right now, Taiga was probably terrified. It was a fear that we knew would haunt him no matter how I answered him right now.
私タイガさんみたいに後先考えず全額ベットなんてできない。堅実に生きてるものですから。
I'm not like you, Taiga. I can't go hog wild on a gamble as readily as you can. I like to live an ordered, low-risk life.
それで
And
だからかけることにするわ。
I'll happily take your bet.
あ
What? This time it was Taiga who blinked in surprise. I gave him a look and sighed.
だってたとえタイガさんの将来性とやらが皆無だったとしても
Why wouldn't
私
I?
に損はないもの。
Even if you potential turns out to be an utter bust, I don't lose a thing.
えいや
But
好きな人と一緒にいられる。好きな人と未来を誓える。好きな人に好きって言ってもらえる。
I get to be with the one I care about. I get to share the rest of my life with him. I get to hear him tell me he loves me.
かけた時点でこれだけの幸せが手に入る。ね。損しないでしょ。
I get all that joy just by making the bet. How can I possibly lose?
お嬢
Babe.
そこから先の儲けが出るかどうかはまた別の話だわ。でもね、私それなりに勝算があるの。
Whether or not I see any dividends beyond that, well, that's another story. But, you know, I don't think my odds are all that bad.
私の好きな人はきっと私のためにすごく頑張ってくれるはずだから。
After all, I'm sure the man who loves me will try his hardest for my sake, right?
そう信じることもあなたには重荷になる？
Is my faith too much of a burden for you? I felt just the tiniest bit of unease, but Taiga slowly shook his head.
最高に燃える。
Nope, that's the best motivation I could ask for. We looked at each other, our eyes met, and his laugh sounded deranged. What the heck? We both broke out into peals of laughter.
たくどうしようもねえな。しゃあねえお互い腹くくろうぜ。
God, we're hopeless. Both of us, totally hopeless. Guess there's nothing for it but to roll on it.
ひとまずやることは一つだな。
But there's still one thing we have to do first.
何？
What's that?
じいさんに頭下げに行く。
We've got to beg Gramps for forgiveness. He's serious about that. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes and simply nodded instead. Taiga reached out and took my hand.
じゃまあ行くか。
Let's get this done. Yeah. We began to walk, our hands locked, warm and tight, against the chilly winter air. I better give Kasuga a call too. I'm sure Ichi and the others are concerned. I was thinking of what to say to them when Leah.
今
Did you just say my name? That's what I wanted to exclaim. Oh, that's right. He keeps calling her babe. But the words were swallowed up when he covered my lips with his own. That's not fair. Saying my name, then surprising me with a kiss? What a scumbag. This is the second time they've used her name, and I was like, oh yeah, the chin grab. I know, right? That's a pro move right there. My whole body went from lightly chilled to a lava hot in a flash. There was so many things I wanted to say first. I wanted a warning. For starters, I wanted a chance to prepare myself. His lips were so gentle on mine. Leah! He released my lips just long enough to say my name again. I wasn't able to catch my breath, let alone say his name in return. Not fair at all. Why is he the only one who gets to talk? Lots of ... And, how do you break off a kiss? I need to breathe. There was an anime, I think, where the girl passed out because she didn't know how to breathe while kissing. I held on and held my breath, desperately trying to feel out the right moment, but...
いつまでやってるのよ、もう
How long are you gonna hold that? Unable to stand it any longer, I took initiative and pushed back that kiss-stealing clown. Boom, we got a boyfriend. Got a Wisp message. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, was that the after ending? Did I mess up? I missed when oh no, we're good, we're good. I also forgot to make a thumbnail for him, by the way. That's why I haven't put a thumbnail for Taiga up, one of those like that picture. I somehow forgot to make it. Shortly after surviving the eternal kiss, Taiga and I made our way to the Tojo main estate in Kamakura, bickering along the way. I took a moment to call Kasuga and fill him in and learn, to my surprise, that Ichi and the others were all waiting for us at the estate. Oh, okay.
どこまで計算通りだったんだあいつら
I wonder how much this gong show went all according to plan for them.
さあ
I have no idea.
お待たせ
We're here. I peeked in the reception room where everyone was already waiting for us.
お待ちしておりました。お嬢様、イスルギ様。
I've been waiting for you, Miss Leah, Mr. Isuragi.
タイガさんだ。もうどこ行ってたんですか。
Taiga, you're really here. Where'd you run off to?
まったく君というやつは心に決めた女性を置き去りにするなんて男として
Can't believe you deliberately leaving the woman you set your heart on. As a gentleman, I must say that's an utterly...
ああうっせえうっせえ雨降って地固まったんだからいいんだよ
Oh, shut up, all of you. A little adversity makes for the lasting foundations, you know?
晴れてますよ。
Are you building something?
ああそうだな
No.
小鳥ちゃん、タイガ。二人の元気そうな顔が見れて嬉しいけど。ほら、ね。奥でお待ちだよ。
Leah, Taiga, it really is lovely to see both of you looking happy again, but there. See, he's been waiting for you. Shion whispered to me and glanced towards the seat at the back of the room.
小娘タイガよ待っておったぞ
Leah, Taiga, as the gentleman said, I have been waiting for you. Why is he giving us that look? Grandfather glared down at us from his seat, wearing the darkest look I've ever seen on his face. I took a flinching step backwards. He isn't gonna deny us, not after all that. And if he does, he's going to hear about it. I took several deep breaths, bringing my nerves under control. Suddenly, I felt warmth surround my hand.
大丈夫か
You okay?
ええ
Yeah,
大丈夫よ
I'm fine. I closed my hand around his. My tremors dissipated. Everyone's eyes fell on us as we looked at each other and took a deep breath. Then, in one voice, we spoke. One voice. All right, overlapping.
俺たち
The two of us.
私たち
Two of us.
せーの
One, two.
婚約しました
Are engaged! We're engaged!
遅いわこのバカ孫どもめ。散々心配させよって。
Took you long enough, my idiot grandchildren. You took 5 years off my life with worry.
悪かったって
Sorry, jeez.
すいませんでした
Sorry.
しょうがないから祝ってやる。
Hopeless, both of you. I'll give you my
Ready to-
blessing. Because you clearly need it. Congratulations.
よかった本当によかったですねお嬢
Oh,
さん
thank goodness. I'm so glad everything worked out for you, Leah.
俺た
Congratulations.
ちも素直に祝福しているよ
We're all
Taiga.
honestly happy for you. Taiga, Leah, congratulations. If this could have been 4 chapters shorter, could have made it so many short. Yay.
収まるところに収まってよかったよ。二人ともお幸せにね。
It's lovely to see that everything's settled in proper place. I wish the best for both of you. And the 3 of them had lived together with me, sharing their lives. Now they were wishing me well. There was something amusing about that.
ご婚約おめでとうございます
Congratulations on your engagement.
おお春日お前にもいろいろと世話に
Thanks, Kasuga. We butted head a few times, but you did help me out.
ですが今後お嬢様に対して目に余る行動を取った場合は容赦いたしませんので
Please
専属
know
執事
that
として
going forward, any further unacceptable behaviors towards Miss Leah will not be tolerated. As her personal butler, I won't allow it.
たく過保護は相変わらずかよ
Gonna hover over her, huh? Taiga sighed and rolled his eyes at Kasuga, then cleared his throat.
おいちょっといいか
So yeah, did you all have a sec? Are everyone turned their eyes to Taiga? I looked too. He hadn't told me he was planning to say anything else. What in the world was he on? Oh gosh, what in the world was this about? Taiga looked across everyone present, then nodded in satisfaction, began to
見ての通り俺とこいつは一緒に生きていくって決めたわけだが
like we just said, I've decided to spend my life together with
こ
Leah.
こで一つ証っつうか儀式的なあれをしとこうと思う
I'd like to make a gesture, a little ritual if you want to call it that, to prove my dedication. A ritual? What ritual?
特にそこの3人一夜シオンナユタお前らにはよーく言っとく
This is especially for you 3. Ichiya, Shion, Narata. I want you to pay close attention. This is real hard. Got it?
なんだ
Okay, I guess.
なんだろうね。
What are you up to?
いい子で聞いてます
I'm listening, Taiga. Always listening. Taiga?
よし手貸せ
Leah, let me borrow your hand. Huh?
ちょっとタイガさん何をくすぐったい
Taiga, what are you? Hey, that tickles.
いいから動くなっての
Hold still. This will only take a second. After a few moments of huffing and torment, Taiga took me by the wrist and held up my palm.
じゃーん
He just wrote his name on her hand. Why? Why? There, see? My fingers splayed wide. He slowly turned my hand to each of the other 3. They say, please don't look at me like that. Taiga's name had been written on the palm in staggering letters. For all of us who had ever mistaken his plan for ours, the meaning was immediately clear.
こいつは俺のもんだ一生誰にも譲らねえからお前らもそのつもりでない
Mine. Nobody's allowed to have her, ever. So you lot keep your grubby hands off, understood? Taiga's cheerful declaration made my cheeks turn bright
ち
red.
ょっとお嬢さんはプリンじゃないんですから。
Taiga, Leah isn't a cup of flan, I think.
うっせえ。人に取られたくないもんには名前を書いとくもんだって教えたろ。
When you write your name on something, it's yours, period. Them's the rules. And for Taiga, those rules were absolute.
そんなことしなくても誰も取らないよ。も
You don't need to put on this whole production, Taiga. We're not going to try and take her from you.
タイガ字汚い。
Your handwriting is wretched.
ほっとけ、読めりゃいいんだよ。
Put a sock in it. All that matters is that you can read it. You really didn't have to do that. I already know you're the only one for me. It was such a silly, childish thing to do. A smile pulled up my lips.
お前も書くか？今なら特別に許してやるぜ。
You want to write your name on my hand? I'll give you special permission. Fair is fair.
書きません。
No.
なんだよ、書いとけよ。誰かに取られたらどうすんで？
Better write it now while you can. What if somebody comes along and tries to take me away?
その時は死ぬより辛い目に遭わせるわ。多分、春日が。
If someone does, I suspect Kasuga will hunt you down and make you wish you'd never been born.
もう
Of
やっぱ
course.
書いて今すぐ頼む。
Yeah, write it now, please.
お断りよ。
You're being silly. The others watched us bicker and exchange smiles. Together, all of us enjoyed one of the happiest days in our lives.
ハッピーエンドというやつじゃな。めでたしめでたし。
Excellent. I'm not too old to appreciate a fairy tale ending, and they all lived happily ever after. You have a Wisp message. Well, I have another cutscene, so maybe. Oh no, we're good. Okay,
バリアブルバリケードニューステージ。
I did miss. The true board is unlocked.
恋の行方は君次第だよ。
黒歴史展覧会ですね。どうぞ。
恋の歩みを振り返ってみようか。
Does True only have one board? Please tell me it does, please. Remember how to do this? Has it been that long?
バリアブルバリケードニューステージ。
恋の行方は君次第だよ。
Have I forgotten how to do this again? Oh my gosh. You've done your job.
ちゃんと見てみたら、おじい様に頼まれてた通り、タイガさんは監視役として動いてるって分かった。
I was saying that having looked, I noticed you really are actually doing your job as an observer, just as grandfather asked
や
you
ろう
to.
と思えばちゃんと仕事できるんじゃない。
So you can indeed hold a proper job if you put your mind to
ま
it.
あな。つうか、なんでそんな偉そうなんだよ。
Well, yeah, but do you have to be that condescending about it? I wasn't looking at him, but I knew Taiga was rolling his eyes, concealing a sudden urge of awkwardness.
茶化さないで。これでも
I'm
感
not
心してるんだから。
I'm honestly impressed, Kay.
は
Really? Taiga's expression turned impish as he looked at me in the eye.
あ、お嬢も少しは素直に気持ちを出せるようになってきたが。言い方は可愛くねえけど。
You finally learned how to express how you're really feeling. That's an improvement, babe. Your phrasing still kind of sucks, though.
だからフラフラしてないでちゃんと安定した職に就くべきよ。
If you clearly manage
そしたら
that much
あなたも多少まと
responsibility,
もに
you should stop freeloading and get yourself a steady job instead of puttering around like a
け
bum.
結局お説教かよ。
And of course, you segue into a lecture. Can I do this? Can I do this? No. Okay. I tried. Didn't let me do it. Doing great so far. It's actually... I'm on the wrong one. I'm on 2. I need to be on the next board. Why didn't you tell me, guys?
リスの確認し
I'm
な
on
くち
the
ゃ
wrong one. I have to be on 3.
やり直しが効くのはゲームだけですよ。
Little Robbie. Plushy. Copyright infringed. It had to be. I could never do that.
もし同じように私が見聞きしたことを話したとしてもおじい様の金銭には触れなかっただろうと思うわ
I think if I were to tell grandfather stories of the things I see and hear, it wouldn't make a scratch on his stone cold exterior.
別にそんなことねえだろう。じいさんだってお嬢の話なら聞きたがると思うぜ。
I think he'd love to hear any story you want to tell him.
そういうことじゃなくて
That isn't what I meant.
私にはタイガさんみたいな観察眼がないからきっとありきたりな話しかできないもの
I don't have any observational skills. Whatever I told him would come out sounding like a weather report.
な難しい話じゃねえと思うけどな。
I don't think it's all that
偶然だ
hard.
偶然。
It was coincidence, that's all.
ま、実際俺もあんな雑談から事業につなげるなんて思わなかったけどな。さすが東条をでかくした人間だぜ。
To be honest, I never expect he'd find a way to take my random stories and turn them into ventures. Guess it's not fluke that he made Tojo as big as it is.
常にアンテナを張っておくとか言ってたな、あのじいさん。俺にはよくわかんねえけどさ。
Crisscross, crisscross. It's the only way to sit. I just can't do it very well in this chair. It's too small. He said something to me once, something about never withdrawing my antenna. I don't know what he's got getting at personally, but grandfather was the bane of my existence, but even I had to admit that he had a keen instinct for business. That instinct's presence was muted in me. If I'm here at the Friendly Business tomorrow, I would never be able to make it grow like grandfather did. At best, I could hold the ship steady. There's so much more that I have to learn if I'm going to walk in my grandfather's shadows. He cast multiple shadows. That's how I knew I was on the wrong board. It was going too well, you see.
愛のメッセージ受け取ってくれたかな
And skip. I have to do this. It won't let me skip it. I have to live through him abandoning me. And then he leaves and I chase him and I keep chasing him and I'm like, don't leave me. And he's like, bro, what will you do if you leave? Look at that. Fortress stone wall.
ここを出て
What will you do if you leave?
おじい様のところに行くのまた海外に行くの
Are you gonna go stay with grandfather, visit another foreign
さあ
country?
な、じいさんのとこに顔は出すが、長いはしねえつもりだ。
No idea. I'll probably stop by and say hi to Grams, but I won't stay there for long.
甘えすぎちまってたからな、俺。いい加減、 そういうのも卒業だ。
I've soaked up too much of his kindness and charity. It's high time I detach. He's trying to distance himself from grandfather as well? What is this man? Is he that serious about leaving?
ま、どうにかなるさ。
Oh well.
適当にブラブラすんの得意だしね。
I'll figure something out if I'm a rolling stone. I couldn't think of anything to say, but I didn't want to let him go. Please reconsider. Taiga fell silent. I sensed he hadn't given any serious thought to his decision. He was simply waiting for me to let go.
いや
Babe, no. I buried my face in his back and clung harder. I heard him sigh in
ほ
exasperation.
んと、ガキみてえだな。
You really are still a
そ
kid.
れでもいい
I know I am.
いいから
I don't care.
でも、悪いな。
I'm sorry. Taiga gently rebuffed me as he patiently peeled my arm off his body. And then he left. And I never saw him again. So reasonable. I'm such a reasonable person. All right, we're going. We're fast. Oh, wrong button. We're fast forwarded in. I cannot. I'm hitting the wrong button right now. I got distracted. I tried to add the timer in the wrong spot.
お断りします
I cannot. I shook my head slowly, my voice unsteady.
理由、聞いてもいいか。
Why is that? Listen.
常識的に考えて無理だと思うからよ
Because when you think about it, it just wouldn't work. I paused and bit my lip and continued in a hoarse
あな
voice.
たの手を取ってついていって
If I did run with
そ
you,
の後はどうなるの
then what?
高校中退の私と無職のタイガさんどうやって生活を成り立たせるの先のことは考えてるの
I'd be a high school dropout, you'd be a kidnapper, you're unemployed. How would we make a living? Did you even give a little thought about what we would do next? Taiga was silent. That was answer
楽
enough.
しいだけじゃ暮らしていけないそれに
You can't make a living just by hanging out and acting cool and having fun. Besides, I took a deep breath and shouted at the top of my lungs.
私は何一つ捨てたくなんかない
I don't want to give up my life. You jerk. Time for the battle.
この
やってやろうじゃね。
I was so stressed, all the tension in me seemed to wrap back around and infuse with my weird claim.
お、落ち着いたか？
Are you starting to calm down?
バカみたい
This is so stupid. Miserable and embarrassed, a part of me desperately wished for a hole I could crawl into and die. I sighed and let my grip on his collar go slack.
あのさ、お嬢。俺がさっきあんなこと言ったのは。
Listen, I said what I said I did because...
もういい
Forget it.
え、いや、聞けって。
Seriously,
俺は
I...
もう結構
Enough.
おい
Hey! Taiga started to panic. I looked at him, my gaze steady.
私もうやめる
As of right now, I'm through.
え
Huh?
あなたみたいな人に夢見たり理想化したり妄信したりするのはもうやめる
I'm through idolizing you. I'm through thoughtlessly worshipping every word that comes out of your mouth. Babe.
私より大人だし経験豊富だし見習うべきところも尊敬すべき点もないとは言わないけど
You're older than me, more experienced. I won't say there's nothing I can learn from you.
あなたはそれ以上にどうしようもない弱虫だから
But those points aside, you are inarguably the worst coward I've ever met. Taiga flinched hard. I seemingly hit a nerve, but I had no intention of going easy on him.
私のこと
Tell
どう
me,
思ってるの
what do you think of me?
どうって
What do you mean?
まだいいと思ってる
Do you still think I'm hot?
それは
思
I
ってる
well,
思ってる
yeah, I do. Taiga reflectively straightened his posture. I nodded once tightly, then continued.
分かったなら努力して
Then work for me.
ごちゃごちゃ考えるくらいなら堂々と私の隣に立てるように努力してみせて
If you're gonna tie yourself in knots over all this, work for me. Work to make yourself worthy of standing by my
安
side.
心するために私を下げるんじゃなくあなたが私のところまで上がってきて
Don't drag me down just because you're scared of responsibilities. You climb up to where I am.
おい
Hey.
本当に本気ならできるはずよいい加減覚悟を決めなさい一種類タイガ
If you really are serious about me, you can do it. Stop waffling and grow a pair, Taiga. I realized I was being unreasonable, extremely arrogant too. But to be honest, I was so terrified I could barely speak. Speak straight. And yet, I think that he really needed a jab in the rear. Like grandfather said, Taiga always had to make himself look cool, even if it meant making himself a pain in the butt. So if a challenge was straight up in the so if I challenged him straight up and in public, there was no way he would back down.
上等じゃねえか
Now you've done it, babe. His eyebrow was twitching, but he still gave me a big, confident smile.
そこまで言うならお嬢も覚悟しろよ俺を本気にさせたこと
Why did they turn his voice so low? You better be ready. Now I'm getting serious for real. You better not regret it.
しないわ
I
そんな
won't.
こと
本当かよ
You sure?
するわけないでしょそう言ってくれるの待ってたんだから
Barry, why would I? I've been waiting to hear you say those exact words.
どこで覚えてきたそんなこの小悪魔
You sneaky, devious little imp. His face instantly flushed cherry red. I finally felt a real smile tug at my lips. Victory! Behind my eyes, I could see the big, blocky "You win" up on the screen of the arcade I visited with Taiga long ago. I was triumphant again.
さっさと帰るわよみんな待ってるんだから
Let's head home. Everyone's waiting for us.
俺帰るなんて言った覚えねえけど
I don't recall saying I was ever going back.
聞こえませんほら行くわよ
What's that? Hard to hear you over the noise. Let's go. I turned and started walking away. If he really wanted me, he'd shut his trap and just start following.
おいお嬢待てって
Babe, wait up.
お嬢
Babe.
ああもうくそったれ惚れた弱みってつ
Love.
れ
He just loves to scream. Damn it all. Love is so freaking dumb. Hearing Taiga's frustrated shout of defeat put a brilliant smile on my face. But hey, he loves you. Nice. Kasuga. Kasuga, why? An airplane ascended into the wide blue sky, an airplane carrying
よか
Taiga.
ったのですか行かせて
Are you sure you're okay with letting him go, miss?
正直寂しいとは思うけど
I'll miss him, but there's no way around this.
そうでしたね
True.
しかしまあこれであの家が少し静かになると思えば
The house will
悪くあり
be
ません
a little quieter now, I must admit, but that's not too bad. So
まあ
bad.
ガスがったら
Kasuga. 1 month later. A lot happened since Christmas, but I was still living at the vacation home. It took a little longer to get to school, but I don't have to deal with the meddling old vulture nearby. I'll take that exchange any day of the week. Besides, despite everything, I was used to living here, and with college on the horizon, having a home in the city was convenient. Not only that,
ただいま
I'm home.
お帰りなさいお嬢さん
We all decided to live together. Leah, welcome
お
home.
帰りが
How was
いつも通りよ
school?
シオンさんは
Same as always. Where's Shion?
僕ならここ
I'm right here. This is the one where you end up with all the guys. For whatever reason, they were all still present. It's almost scary how natural it felt for them to be here. It was like they were part of a house.
ねえ、美味しい紅茶をもらったんだ。一緒に飲もう。
I was gifted some lovely tea today. Would you care to have some with me?
ああ、そうね。なら着替えてから。
That sounds nice. Let me get changed first.
え、何今の音。
What
事
was
故？
that noise? An accident? A loud screech like a car coming to a sudden halt floated in from outside. I frowned. How is this going? How did
見
we...
てまいります。
Let me go look. Kasuga started to walk to the door when...
今帰ったぜ。
I'm back. Someone burst through the door and strolled into the room. When I saw who it was, my jaw dropped. We don't need... It's the same outfit.
イスルギタイガ様、ただいま帰宅。久々だな、お前ら。
Mr. Taiga Isugiri has returned. It's been a while, eh? Did you miss me? His eyes were all right with pure mischief, and he wore an unapologetic smirk on his face. It was definitely Taiga.
タイガさん、どうして予定じゃまだ向こうにいるはずじゃ。
Taiga, what are you doing? I thought you weren't scheduled to come home for a while.
どうしてもこうしてもな。
Surprised?
おい、おじゃ
You should be. What?
よくも騙してくれやがったな。何がタイガさん向きの仕事だからだ。何が海外で現地民と交流する仕事だ。
Thought you could trick me? A job right up my alley? A chance to interact with foreign locals? Ha! You gotta be kidding me.
娯楽施設開発のための立ち退き交渉とか、そんなことお前もじいさんも一言も言ってなかったじゃねえか。
Neither you nor Gramps told me that the job involved trying to convince locals residents to move out so you could turn their land into an amusement park. I felt a cold bead of sweat slide down my cheek. I glanced up at Kasuga hoping for help. He smiled and nodded defensively but made no move to speak up. Traitor.
え、
Ah,
それはね。
yeah, about that. This all started soon after Christmas Eve confrontation that marked the pivotal change in our relationship.
ごちゃごちゃ考えるくらい安心すると。
おい。
本当。
After I lit that particularly volatile stick of dynamite up Taiga's butt, Grandfather and I discussed options.
ん？男が責任感を持ちたいというなら、やはり仕事をするのが一番じゃろうて。
If you're serious about shouldering responsibilities, getting a job is a priority.
実を言うとちょうど今、お前向きの仕事があ
I
っ
have a
て
job
の。
right up your alley. And with that, Grandfather sent Taiga to the other side of the world right after New Year's. He did neglect to mention a few vital details about the job beforehand, and I couldn't deny that maybe that was connected to a petty, if valid, desire for revenge.
でも私もおじい様も嘘は言ってないわよ。事実、タイガさん向けの仕事だと思ったし。
Neither Grandfather nor I lied, did we? The job was a perfect fit for your skill set.
騙したことは認めるんだな。
So you admit you tricked me.
まあまあタイガ落ち着いて。
Calm down, Taiga.
いいじゃないですか、海外旅行。楽
Gotta
しかったです
go
か？
on vacation in a foreign land. That was cool. Did you have fun?
旅行じゃねえ、仕事。
It wasn't a vacation, it was work.
その仕事の方はどうなったのです？あの計画は土地確保で相当揉めていたはずですが、まさか途中で逃げ出してきたのでは。
Speaking of, how did it turn out? I hear that particular development plan had considerable issues with securing the needed land. I should hope you didn't turn tail and run.
ああ、バカ言ってんじゃねえ。解決済みに決まってんだろ。
Excuse you? Hell no, I didn't run. I solved the whole damn thing. Thank you very much.
1週間で反対派グループと仲良くなって開発計画の利点とそれが生み出す経済効果説明して納得させてきたっつうの。
I made friends with the opposition group in a week. After explaining the benefits and profits the project would bring their area, they finally agreed to move.
おや、それは失礼いたしました。
I see. I apologize for my
すごいじ
doubt.
ゃないタイガさん。さすが私とおじい様が見込んだだけある。
Wow, that's incredible. I knew you'd have no issue living up to mine and Grandfather's expectations. It was a sincere compliment, but Taiga was still deep in his sulk, so he dismissed it with a snort. You know how forced that sounds, right?
そんなことな 言ったら
It was an honest compliment. Taiga scowled harder. I started to get a little irritated. Right then.
俺はお茶菓子の様子でも
Now, it's a good time to get snacks together.
あ、僕紅茶入れるよ。
Let me help. I can put on some
なら
tea.
俺味見します。
I'll taste test. Never know if it's poisonous. See, she's got a great entourage.
ずるい
No fair.
あとはお任せいたします。
I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, miss.
春日まで
You're gonna abandon me too, Kasuga? I chased the fleeting traders with a growl as they left me under a growing storm cloud. Then suddenly a hand descended on my shoulder. I don't want to look at
仕
him.
方なんて釣れねえじゃねえか。なあ、お嬢。
They're not gonna ignore me, right? Resistance was clearly futile. I gave in and turned around, and instantly.
ちょっと何
What are you doing? I suddenly found myself wrapped up in a surprising bear hug. I squirmed, trying to wiggle my way out, but Taiga's arms wouldn't give an inch. Somebody help.
お嬢、次の春休みに
It's probably this is. I like how he looks a lot in this one. You said you were going to give Sumigi and Aramura on a trip over your spring break.
まあ
That was the plan.
それ、キャンセルしろ。代わりに俺と一緒に海外行こうぜ。
Cancel it. How about we go along with me on a little trip overseas?
はあそんなこと急に言われても
Can't do that. Not this sudden.
なーに、安心しろよ。紬のことなら俺が納得させたく。
It'll be fine. I'll talk down Sumigi, so don't worry about that. He had a point. Sumigi would go bananas at the suggestion of Taiga, and I taking a romantic trip. She wouldn't come. Between that, no matter how much I wish she would. Taiga's breath brushed across my ear, making me squirm again. I desperately thought of excuses.
いえでもねやっぱり二人きりで旅行なんていろいろ問題が
Think about it. Two of us going on vacation alone together invites potential problems and scandals and...
誰のために俺が頑張ってきたのか分かってんだ。褒美の一つもよこせ。
Who do you think I did all this work for? If you appreciate what I've done, give me a reward. Hit my weak spot hard. What is that?
心配いらねえ。
What's your weak spot?
ある意味
Rewards?
俺はスペシャリストだからね。
Don't worry.
俺と一緒なら安全。
It'll be cool. I mean it. I'm kind of an expert at this stuff. I guarantee that you'll be perfectly safe no matter which country we go to.
それは
I know, but
大事なお嬢。
I'll protect you. No
俺が
question
きっ
about that.
ちり守る。
But,
ただ
but,
ちっとばかり覚悟しとけ。
be prepared to have some fun. Fun?
覚悟
何事も経験って言うだろう。たっぷり新しい世界を見せてやるからね。電気も通らねえ未開の地で。
It's healthy to get out and expand your horizons, right? I'll make sure you get a real good look at a whole new world. A world that's not even on electrical grid. What?
春のサバイバルデート。添乗員イスルギ大河の気まぐれコース。お楽しみに。
Come aboard the spring bushcraft date program. Plans and itineraries are forbidden. We're flying by the seat of our pants the whole way. What? Taiga promised that he'd give his best for me, and he was clearly growing more dependable by the day. I had to admit that some of his newfound courage spilled into things that made me uneasy. Whatever, if it means he'll be with me and we'll be happy. I felt like the change he was undergoing also helped me become more mature and dependable, and that wasn't a bad thing at all.
タイガさんねえせっかく旅行するならもう少しロマンティックなところがいいわ
Taiga, if we're going on a vacation together, can't we go somewhere more romantic? No, indoor plumbing's overrated. You'll see.
そんなこと言わないで
Don't be like this.
却下。俺の苦労を思い知れ。
Vetoed, you're gonna rough it and learn what I endured.
ねえねえお願いだったら
I'm serious. Think about it. Taiga, please. We did it. We did it. We did it. I think we did it.
バリアブルバリケードニュース
やっぱり全
一部不適切なものが映り込んでいますね。
Yeah, that's the after story, and that's the da and all the numbers. No, no, wait, this one. And this one. Okay, hang on. We got 2 CGs to get before we call it.
バリアブルバリケード。
何度でも君の思うままに。
The hug one. I'm surprised I didn't get that one already. It's throbbing in my ears. We've been playing this game so long. Yeah, this is the 19th VOD for it. At least when I did the number in advance. Where am I looking for? Is this the right one? I don't know if this is the right one. Variable insanity. It's a long one. We have the true route still to do now, but we finished Taiga's. I'm just trying to get the final pictures.
完全勝利ってもう見せる。
Ah, I need to have his. Okay, okay, okay.
やる気満々ですね。
I
はい
got
と
it. I got it. I got it. Taiga level 1. Oh, this is. That could be so much quieter. Hear me out. You're my suitor, you silly boy. We're not gonna.
生活のだらし
We're just trying to get that other CG. We're gonna do opposite the whole way. But what I might end up doing, I'm gonna post my schedule again on Discord, but I'm gonna start posting it in announcements so that it's easier to see. And then I might dedicate a day this week to variable just so we can try to finish this.
タイガさん開けてください。
Just so we can finish it. Because honestly, I can't play 9 RP, Verche, and Variable Barricade, and like try to play Zelda again. Like I do want to continue playing Zelda. It's hard. It's hard wanting to do everything and not having time. There's so much I want to do.
これじゃ全然ダメ。
なあ、
ほつ意地なち
Yeah, scream at him.
事
Solely.
実ですよ。
じゃあ、
遠慮私
I'm making the bibs.
お嬢
俺も
ガスが
かしこ。
マジでオンに切る。
This is way too much. Okay, there we go. There's so much games to play, be play. Too much games to play, be played. There's too many. I need a week off from work just so I can play video games. Do you think they'd understand?
やってやろうじゃねえか。
今になってようやくそれ
You need a whole month. After everything you said, is that all you can offer?
私のこと前に散々言ってな喧嘩
いや、それ、
あれだけ人のことバカにしておいて悪いの一言で終わらせる
お嬢。
はあそんなわけないじゃない私が仕返しなんてするような人間に見える
じゃあ、俺がいきなりこんなことしたから怒ってんのか。
Why did my apology
何
make
を
you
ま
mad?
た外れなこと言ってるの
Did I say anything that's incorrect?
いい
お、
あなたいつ
まあな。
それだけこれだけ
まあさ、
She's just
何
yelling at him,
大
man.
体
それ、今言う。
朝
なあ、
どう
は
Did I do it? Did I unlock it? I had to, right? Also, for a game that
時間です
decided to make a board that you had to play through, it didn't really come in
バリアブルバ
too
リケード
much.
ニューステージ
Like, one of
黒
the
歴
games...
史展覧会ですね
Guys, stop talking.
いつ
I'm
撮ったんだ
I'm trying to talk. Stop talking. He just closes his eyes. Okay. But for a game that's got a board, it doesn't utilize it a lot. Like 999, if you guys haven't played that, that has so many branching endings. So much.
バリアブルバリケードやる気満々ですね
So much
Fight
happens
on!
in that. Dying defeats the point.
あのね、もしかいい子
へえ
は知り合いが死んだら後味は悪いわね。でも
I'd be sad if an
呆れの
acquaintance
方が
died.
大きいでしょうけど、
If they died, I'd be annoyed than anything.
そんな
Oh
賭けを
god.
そこ
ゲームなんかに命をかける愚か者に言われたくない。
だからそれが男のロマンってやつでな
I'm dead.
あのじいさんだってヘラヘラしてるように見えて
Interesting. Okay. Alright, I think that's it. I think we got all of them.
お役立ち機能とかねえのかよ
I didn't mean to do that. I
愛の
didn't
メ
do
ッ
that.
セージ受け取ってくれたかな
帰りますか
Alright, I think we got all his pictures now.
Variable barricade.
Except for I do
New
the
stage.
after alone.
全部君が集めたの
どこからこんな写真が
They could talk less. Perfect. We did it! We did it! Okay, so the only thing left is the true route, which I don't know how long that is, but someone did say it was long. And then, I don't know, crying ourselves to sleep at night. Does that sound right? Games I finished this year include Villainous All Routes, Sympathy's Kiss, Tengoku Struggle, and Hana Awaz. Oh! I mean, that's good. Villainous I need to actually get back to. So the thing is I can't play it without buying it, so I have to buy that still if I want to stream it. But I could play it otherwise. But 5 is a lot. These games they take time. I was crazy. I should slow down. I decided to try to do a game a month this year. And I'm failing at it. I'll have 3 games going at once here in just a little bit if I don't finish this one. Alright, let's see if there's anybody to raid before I head out. And then I can eat food. Well, I already ate, but something besides French toast. Palm is on again! She's playing web fishing. I've never heard of that one. Alright, well, thank you guys so much for being here today. I hope you enjoyed it. We're almost done with Variable Barricade. We're gonna try and finish this in one stream, so the next time I play this game, it's going to be a day I'm off. So look forward to it. I hope you guys have a lovely day. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember you can check me out on Twitch. I stream about 3 times a week. And if you're here on Twitch and you want to remember the fun times we have, all the VODs do get posted onto YouTube after. Thank you guys. I hope you have a lovely evening. I will be back next week. Bye!